All right, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día 35. It is day 35, and as planned, gonna hit it off. Check off the first completed, first project that came about for this month. And that is to review section 1 and section 2, kind of like an upkeep. It's around a month from the start of Duolingo Spanish's course, and it's a pretty convenient place because we just concluded yesterday section 2, and I think we'll do one at the end of section 3 as well, but more on that later. So, what are we doing today? What is it that we are doing? Okay. So, not that I do encounter a lot of people who frequently ask these things. So, I talked about it earlier today in Wanikani. So let me refresh a little bit here. So these, I do these things every once in a while. They're called tentative takes. Just refer to them as tentative takes. And what this really serves as is often a general summary, right? Like, so I talked about this. Let me see how we're going to go about this. So oftentimes what I typically do is I think about, when I start a project, I think about what is the bottom line, right? What is the bottom line, or how alternatively, what is the necessary amount of time? Let's just say necessary amount of experience. In order to do a summary, or lots of the words this would take on are review, right? Review, summary, impressions, deal. And I refer to these as tentative takes because, long story short, I typically view these as a in progress thing. So actually, once we reach this bottom line, and I decided that for myself, the basic bottom line, so for general things, I would say for 90% of things, I would start questioning or placing a bottom line at about 30 days. Or, in other words, 1 month, right? And then in between that, anything after that, we reach a second stage. And that's what I call the sufficiency or sufficient experience stage. I would call it the experienced stage. And this is where I decide I need to find a maybe like a logistical, maybe sentimental combination place to pause, right? Place to pause to offer what I call a tentative take. So this is where that idea of a tentative ideas that come up details, and then like numbers, right? Numbers and statistics, things like that, right? So that's where we are now. And for Duolingo, I have chosen to comfortably be at the end of section 2, which lines up to close to the bottom line. So the bare minimum that I would say to consider being branching into the experience stuff. And then as another thing, oftentimes there's also an arbitrary top. I mentioned arbitrary top. So sometimes there's not a defined max per se. So often these takes are, you pass a threshold and you decide on a point, and then the arbitrary max, or oftentimes this would be referring to expectations. It's arbitrary for me, typically because what I'm doing is non-obligatory. Non-obligatory, right? Learning another target language for me is voluntary. Completely voluntary. And here we are. Now, what are these things, right? So there are details that I want to start out front, and then there are details I place in the end, and largely the end details are the things that I focus on a lot, but the front is very concise and can be very helpful for people to wrap around what is it that actually is in it, right, in whatever I'm using. So let's do a layout. So here's the layout of our Duolingo Spanish take, right? So the Duolingo Spanish, we're just gonna say section 1 and 2 tentative takes. So the first thing we're gonna start with is, first thing, numbers. And I usually say by the numbers stuff. By the numbers. So stats, kind of facts, and things that happened, right? So things that happened. Non-negotiable. Usually this is the stuff that I feel is incredibly mainstream and what people usually care about a lot of times. This is, I would say, more than 50% of people care about this stuff more. Right? So once we do that, then we go into our second thing. And second thing is probably what is not on stream. So after we get over the facts, we'll talk about like routine and off-stream activity. Right. So routine, this is fairly big. It deals with giving an idea, giving a template of my um of my practice and learning breakup of studying a target language, right? Because studying is a combination of practice and learning, in my opinion, or not the way traditionally how other people think about it, but learning for me is the combination of all the inputs, and practice is the combination of output. As opposed to there's input learning and there are various versions of learning. I'm saying what goes in because I'm acquiring new information, and then practice applying that new information, right? So the breakup of studying. That would probably, so let's say conservatively, this might be a 1 hour thing. We'll contribute 1 hour to this. And then this will contribute hopefully 1 hour to this. And then lastly, I will share. Okay, there's 2 more things. After we go over the routine and whatnot, maybe we'll do some comparing and contrasting. This is probably going to happen while talking about these things, so I don't think that's really necessary. We're going to talk about like FAQs. Maybe like an FAQ kind of thing. So an FAQ kind of thing is any stream related interactions that came up. This could be things like a FAQ would be, is Spanish easier than Japanese or Chinese? Very common questions, but they ultimately end up giving me the opportunity of saying something that's kind of answering the question but not answering the question at the same time. It kind of revolves around this, and maybe a little bit of a commentary on differing interactions with speakers and or readers, etc., but largely it deals with speaking. And then finally, much shorter, and maybe I'd like to end on these notes because it's a little bit of looking forward to things. Future plans, right? So future plans, immediate future plans. That can be things that I'm considering, things of consideration, or things that are already in motion. Okay, that's kind of how we're gonna go about it here. I digressed really hard today about the whole expectations and why tentative ticks are involved. I think part of the FAQs, I should have wrote part of the FAQs, are answering the question, like questions like, Does it work? Is it good? So these questions do come up, and that's also one of the motivations behind every once in a while doing these retrospection. Also, another reason for retrospection or tentative takes is to keep myself honest. So this is to keep myself honest. It's a way to demonstrate in itself is a way to demonstrate what does that mean to keep myself honest. This is a practice of due diligence. So it gives me a period of self-reflection. Self-reflection, and I'm doing it live to help me like form like organization, bigger picture, and also a bit of like legacy, right? Legacy building. I think it's a way to form catharsis. Make you feel, remind yourself where you started. Give one a method to output in order to encourage and motivate oneself. I do this live because I want to demonstrate that you don't have to actually do it alone per se, but you could share it, talk about it, and it gives you a reward for the output. But it gives you a reward, and very importantly, it makes you creative in expression. This is very different. It's very different from a machine or an algorithm telling you you've completed 1,000 words or something, or 300 characters or something like that. That's very unfilling and muted. Being able to organize, reflect, build legacy, remind yourself that provides strong motivation when there are no other sources to motivate you, right? For example, I do this because this is inherently self-study. And I kind of touched upon this earlier. Maybe I'll touch upon this again. And that's the proverbial question that I don't remember who brought it up. SD brought it up. Do children learn language better? Learn language better than adults? And without going too much into it right away, it does also have to do with their source of motivation and consistency and due diligence. This represents a process that, in my opinion, is perhaps not necessary for a lot of people, but it's incredibly, it can create sustainability. It can contribute to stability and sustainability. One thing that children cannot do, as a tease, children cannot do is they aren't able to yet conceive what is considered due diligence, self-reflection, because they are in that process of learning how to do that, like reflect on oneself, voluntarily enforce discipline on oneself, organize and look at bigger picture. All of these are very adult oriented qualities that, in my opinion, are thrown at the wayside because there's a heavy reductive misrepresentation of what it's like to efficiently learn a language as an adult. The whole idea of generalizing and reductively saying you learn like you were as a kid, so often that's like ham, like they go ham. It lacks due diligence, lacks discipline, lacks self-reflection, lacks all of these things I'm talking about: legacy building, catharsis, output. Some of these just completely lack output, as in output in the sense of something unrelated per se directly to your competence. So why is important that I'm emphasizing this is because the bulk of this motivation is to make a sustainable output that contributes to that negates burnout and possibly even nihilism, honestly. And that happens in adults, so experienced people. It happens in highly experienced adults. When one is learning, knowing the concept of the bigger picture and the foundations and the things you need to know, that is something children do not juggle. They do not juggle permanence yet. As in, when they're learning a language, the last thing they're concerned with is, oh, there are 6,000 kanji that I need to learn. Or, oh, how close am I to the 6,000 kanji? Like, man, I'm not relatively getting closer to my goal. They do, right? And yeah, that is part of learning a language like a kid. However, you're not a kid anymore if you're burning out and saying nihilistic things like, I'm never going to be good enough in Japanese for me to feel comfortable. That's nihilism. Or like, oh, to be fluent you need to do all these things and that looks like it's really hard, I'm not going to try. That's nihilism. That's what adults do. So while output, for example, it's really underplayed a lot because you're talking in the grand scheme of learning Japanese or learning Spanish, you're focused on, oh, what are all the tasks to min-max your way to getting more Spanish, your target language, as quickly as possible. Yes, that would remove what I'm doing now. Doing this is ceremoniously and pragmatically a waste of time if your sole objective is to concern about how fast you can learn a language. That also makes a huge assumption that a lot of these children-like language learning methods are, and that is to forgo the emotional, in my opinion, to forgo the emotional need or the emotional management of adult life, especially adult lifestyle. So yes, certainly someone who's professionally trained and is paid sustainably and is successful at learning languages and have made a career out of it would find it less of a problem, because what they're offering is the fastest way to learn a language. It's not suggesting it is the healthiest, most mentally easy or mentally not challenging way to do it. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very rewarding. But it's also assuming that you have all the emotional management of an adult lifestyle that reflects someone who is incredibly passionate in language. Right? So how passionate? Usually, a lot of times these products reflect the founder's vision. So yeah, if you want to be a linguist and not juggle whatever lifestyle that they are not aware of, like having multiple children, growing up in a household with 4 different speaking adults that have different language preferences, educating your child, like all these experiences are not something that would be considered in a min-max program, right? And you can take that with a grain of salt, because now you can answer these questions by reflecting. So for me, I take time off in the evenings, progressively reflecting. This is a big reflection. So this is my formal reflection. Every evening, though, I work on this. I write on this. I ask myself, okay, how do I feel now in a week's time? Okay, this is working. This is working. I need to liberate some time here. Let's go. So I make micro adjustments along the way. And for here, it's hard to capture that because I don't want to be on stream 24/7 showing all my thoughts. I can't possibly physically do it. It would be kind of cool. So these are my summaries. These are tentative takes on things, on how I micromanage, or kind of not even micromanage anymore because it's habit forming. If you do this for a very long time, you kind of don't even process that you're doing anymore. It's spinning the wheel, basically riding a bike. So for me, sustainable output. Output, while you're saying, oh, there's no point to speaking if you can't form full sentences, or there's no point in remembering your vocabulary disjointed if you can't even compose sentences. Well, that is why I feel that's a childish way of thinking, in my opinion, which is very beneficial if you're going to make it to the end. If you're not going to make it to the end, which I would say at least 90% of adults can conceive how far they have to go, unlike a child, which they don't really look at how far they go. They either do and get to the end, or get to wherever they want to get to, or they don't. As an adult, you're gonna need some output, right? Some output in order to gauge things like competence and legacy building, reminding yourself what you have learned so far and what can you do with it. So output, in my opinion, arguably may not necessarily, like I agree, it may not necessarily increase your learning, your inputs in the language, but output can lead to a creative process for learning in an adult. And while I agree that it does not affect your overall progress towards the language itself, the target language itself, the creative process for learning in an adult is a source of fun, entertainment, intellectual exploration, a celebration, and it often can lead to emergent properties. So that's what this segment is about. I'm going to go over the nitty-gritty, which that's basically where most people end with their things. They're like, oh, okay, so let's see, 1 month's time, I did section 1 and section 2. So in another month, I'll finish section 3. I kind of know. That's, in my opinion, children things. You have 5 classes. You're going to go to those classes for 3 months. Oh, you're going to have a midterm somewhere in a month and a half. You're going to get the exam done and you're going to finish the exam. And then when you finish the exam, if it's not interesting to you, you're just going to dump all that information. There's no reason to integrate information that you don't need or you can't foresee using. And strangely enough, children, in my opinion, dump most of the stuff they learn in high school, up to high school, because it's not like it's reasonable for them to know if it's useful or not. Now, we're not going to talk about children today, so maybe a little bit when I'm talking about adults. But as an adult, you get to decide, you voluntarily picked something. So there are motivations, applications, and even new emergent properties as you're reflecting. Like, wait a minute, I should write this down. This part, I could use this part. It could be useful in playing video games. Or, oh yeah, I just remembered there's this thing that I always wanted to do. Now I can do it in Spanish. And even with the limited Spanish I have, I can start working on it. This gives a moment to breathe. You're breathing. You're telling yourself, what do you know? What have you learned up to this point? It's actively trying to recall what you're learning. Something that is reminding you of what you're learning feels far less rewarding, in my opinion. It does not elicit the creative process or form of expression. And that is something children do intuitively because there's no other thing that's keeping them from doing it. If they hate something, they're going to tell you they hate it. Unless you are one of the special ones, which as a child, I was very reserved and I tend to keep all of that bottled up. But that only meant that people, ironic or coincidentally, obviously, saw me as more of a matured young person, like a young adult. And yeah, that is a characteristic of adults. Adults are able to know to exercise discipline. Now, that doesn't mean it's all sunshine and rainbows. However, if you're not already doing this, in my opinion, it would be a fun little exercise to see what you can gather from it. Oftentimes when someone's burnt out, output. Rarely do I see this like take into account in any part of advice on maintaining language. Maintaining language as a lifestyle choice, as an adult lifestyle choice. And in my opinion, like habit formation, right? Habit formation and maintenance. Now, I concede that this is probably not talked about largely because it's incredibly spurious. And to this day, I can't say I could form a theorem based on like evidence that this is. So the things I'm saying now, right, about legacy building, sustainability, burnout, nihilism, experience, this is anecdotal and observational, and they're case by case and cumulative case studies. There is no hard meta-analyses and whatnot to do this because, in my opinion, adult lifestyle is incredibly spurious. Now, one thing we can try to do is to, lack of a better word, generalize a workflow of decision making that may contribute, to more consistent lifestyles and like consistent habit formation and maintenance. And that's what I'm here to illustrate, I suppose, while doing my projects. Habit formation and maintenance, right? So I'm not here to say this is going to be a life hack for that guarantees to work. Adult lifestyle is incredibly spurious. So whenever it came to theorems and theories about learning and fundamentals of like skill building and whatnot, they often, the more reliable things is to ignore the spuriousness of adult lifestyles, reduce it to some fundamentals, and then generalize it, which that is very reasonable. That's a way to understand incredibly holistically complex things and make it at least contribute something that is consistently significant or efficacious. So one of the things is learning based on childhood development and experience. Child developments hold up quite a lot, and adults have the capacity and the due diligence and discipline to perform that task. What I feel is a disservice sometimes, arguably a disservice, is the neglect on how much tax and emotional management is required to perform those tasks. The prevailing very successful theories, and then I'm getting a little bit more familiar with them because I encounter them very regularly. The prevailing theories on language learning in actually do completely sideline most of these things. In fact, a lot of times they don't even qualify what those emotional management points are without saying like, oh, this is blanketed as motivation or blanketed as engagement. And I can understand that because that would it would be so nebulous to quantify. But there's one big one and one big criticism that I often find is fundamental to some of these popular language learning theories and methods that aren't quantified, and that's how you measure self-competence. Like, it's great for children because, like I said before, children operate and learn language under the due diligence and discipline provided by adults. Trying to allow a child to choose to learn a language and do unaided by the scaffold of adult discipline, the likelihood, and again, great case study nowadays in the last 3 or 4 years, where children, when given to their devices, they latch on to the most engaging thing. So if you're arguing that children are great at learning language, well, you can spin the roulette and find out that I think the vast majority of children won't be that great at learning language without the scaffold and due diligence and discipline provided by adults. So adults, though, can do all of it. They have the capacity to do all of it. Self-study, self-instruction, and self-reflection. And I think that's where all of this falls apart for me. There's no management scheme for methods. Like, yeah, you do this, you're gonna learn the language, and then these are the things, and no management. There's no management of how you stay motivated, what management of time, even management of goals, process-oriented feedback. There's no self-evaluation loops, things that make adult life, even adult professionalism, viable and consistent and sustainable. Children, they learn something, they burn out. They learn something, they burn out. Maybe some things they learn so much that it burns out at a much, much later date, in which they then end up developing the discipline and experience that they have that's characteristic of an adult. Right? I still love science to this day because I loved science long enough in order to form the discipline and sustainability and life balance experience that's required and characteristic of an adult, not a child. So those things are not emphasized at all. Like, what happens when you're learning a language as an adult? It's more like, this is the fastest way to learn. It's like, yeah, that's great. Pragmatically speaking, that's the fastest way. So assuming that everything the adult has does not get turned upside down or taxed unnecessarily and causing fallouts and quitting, it is certainly the fastest way, but I would even argue it's probably not the most consistently successful way. Now, hear me out here. Adults get to decide when they feel successful. So if they believe in a method and they execute the method, oftentimes with lots of effort placed in, they develop a rationale that they are successful. And that's far healthier, in my opinion, than those who think that they failed because they looked at a metric. And that metric does not gauge one's emotional satisfaction. Or it can, but generally speaking, it ends up being incredibly nihilistic. Like something like, oh yeah, I've worked 15 years and I still don't sound like a native Spanish speaker. Because no matter what, the facts are, you're not a native Spanish speaker. You've acquiring a target language. So you are a multilingual speaker. So you're not, you can speak Spanish and something else. That would be something more of a cognitive dissonance thing. We're not going to talk about that thing. I think my main focus now is the idea of, yes, adult lifestyles are incredibly spurious. So this idea that I'm pitching right here of what I'm doing is also under some presumptions, much like the theories and theorems based on language learning. I am assuming or presuming that the vast majority of adults have enough life experience that they understand their lifestyles, and that doing this process, having time to output the thing you invest a substantial amount of time in, that you yourself in your lifestyle have determined it is substantially enough time. When you do a regular self-reflection and evaluation, because no one else is keeping you honest on this. That's the biggest difference. Children do not self-study. I'm gonna be clear. Okay, maybe too harsh, too hyperbolic. Most children, when they are going about their lives, they're not in the process of voluntarily selecting themselves to study. There is a framework of adult supervision in most children's cases. Even in an experiment, it is under adult supervision. Like if you're trying to gauge a double-blind study between a child and an adult, that child has to willingly have the obligation and incentive and adherence to learning that language in the whole period of that adult. But for this, when you talk about target language, like what is the fastest way to learn Japanese? It probably starts with an adult commitment. So if you nonchalantly just say, yeah, I'm gonna just study like, I don't know, once every 3 weeks, and if I like it, I'll study like a little bit more frequently. It's not gonna happen. Like, okay, it's not predictive, but I would say that adherence is fairly low for someone who does not have an active investment in their self-study. A child does not have those flexibility that flexibility of choice, or even understanding what is a trivial skill yet. It is provided by the adult in that child's life, and or any other adult who's an influencer or a content creator who's demonstrating to that child that whatever they're doing is incredibly exciting and important to that child's life, right? So yeah, children are great at being engaged in the thing they like. So if it's not your language, then yeah, they suck at learning language. It is the adult that provides the guidance, and the adults get to provide guidance for themselves. So in my opinion, personally, one of the weakest aspects, and this is part of a bigger picture, it's not saying this thing is sufficient. I don't have theorems or access to evidence and large case studies in order to propose a theorem that can be sufficient for anything. I'm suggesting this is a weak spot that I observe as a consequence of interacting with language learners, especially older-ish language learners. So we're not even in a realm of children. We're in the realm of adults, young adults who think winging it like a child without guidance or due diligence is a surefire way to acquire language. And in that guidance, and oftentimes most of the existing guidance is some electronic device based on algorithm that does not provide active feedback to the person. However, there's also individuals who go back to school. That's a little different story. Or go to like italki or something and have the guidance of another human being who's providing feedback. That's an exclusion. That's not thinking like a child, by the way. That's thinking like an adult, in my opinion. When you take responsibility of your study and you practice your due diligence, you inherently are going to look at forms of feedback. So self-study, which is what I'm referring to here, is not the same as seeking feedback and professional advice from someone who is a professional in teaching, that they themselves are supplanting your adult responsibilities, right? They are providing the experience that you lack, the discipline that you lack. So we're excluding that too out of the convenience of what I'm saying here. Here, if you're self-studying and you don't want to talk to a teacher, you don't want to, you want to be like a child, you just want to enjoy things and then learn something. Well, unfortunately, in my opinion, there requires some due diligence. And where are you going to get this due diligence? For myself, this is how I perform it. So a long-winded introduction. But this is how I perform my due diligence in the sense of what I have learned, and it's both a chore and rewarding, right? The moment you start writing and you're telling yourself, oh yeah, I know this, oh wait, I know this, like, oh yeah, I know this, and this can be this. That's creative process with output. Output informs your input, as in it informs what you know and what you don't know yet. Sidelining output because it's not relevant to increasing the input of a target language, fair game, if that's all you care about. But if you do not output, as a self-studying adult, there is no information or competence of telling you whether you are in fact taking advantage, looking at the bigger picture, legacy building, keeping yourself from burning out in the long run, because then you're at the mercy of the tool or the device or what have you that you're using. And as far as I know, some of these tools have become very excellent at giving encouragement and telling you metrics that matter to them. The question is, do those metrics matter to you? And a lot of times these metrics ends up becoming something that matters to you. However, it is not done as a juxtaposition to things you value. So for example, if you're using an app and you just want to learn kanji, so one of the ways to measure how much kanji you learn is by literally counting the number of kanji. It's like, well, that's great, that'll work. Now, does the number of kanji tell you anything about what kind of pace you want to be in order to not feel like you're overwhelmed with kanji? No. When you go to a program that says you're going to learn as fast as possible for 3 years, do you have any indication of whether you're going to spiral, become overwhelmed? How do you consolidate? How do you sustain all of that thing to get that result? It's not said anywhere. Like, some of the more successful and attractive and popular apps like Duolingo, for example, tries to quantify that. And that is still far more than the min-maxing idealistic approaches that are being pushed forth. Like, for example, yeah, they don't focus on results and whatnot per se, but they do tell you try at least 15 minutes a day, right? And 15 minutes could be sufficient to solidify 15 minutes. Now, there are some drawbacks to not following through on increasing that time or whatnot, but generally speaking, engagement and motivation is by far the most efficacious thing to make something popular, largely because that is the most underappreciated thing in management or experience. I think adults nowadays, especially young adults, have a poor management style. It can work, but they more work in burst. Like, you do burst this, burst that. So you burst your way to the finish line, but if you miss the finish line, it was all in vain. As opposed to an adult lifestyle where, okay, well, I'll do 3 months on, 1 month off, 3 months on, 1 month off. That kind of fits my schedule. And I will review at the end of 3 months, and then review at the beginning of after my month's break, and then continue, and then review at the end. This is kind of like that idea. It is still the foundation of formal education, actually. So that might not work for you. It might not fit in your lifestyle. It does for me. And I am a product of formal education. And I actually took those things with me. If you hate school, if you didn't learn anything from school, that's a great counter rebuttal example of how children suck at skill building. Because whenever they don't care or choose not to care, then they just suck at learning it, right? As an adult, you can still be very good at learning something that you hate with due discipline, right? But naturally, we don't want to get there. I prefer the idea that you stop something because you know you don't like it anymore and it's not working, in order to make it work so you'll like it more, or you drop it because you know it's not working anymore, right? And periodic self-evaluation and reflection involves outputting the thing you actually viscerally observe if this is for you. So when someone says, is it working yet? Is this good? Well, I've only used self-study tools. So it's only good when you know it's good. It's only working if you know it's working. Someone can't possibly tell you if it works or if it's not, unless you're a kid and an adult is forcing you to do it. And if an adult is forcing you to do it, they're gonna examine, measure you, and tell you if it's working or not, despite having that tool telling you certain things, right? It's kind of like going to class. It's like, why do you need to go to class if you have a textbook? Because an adult is providing the due diligence, the discipline, even legacy building, because if you go to a school, you get legacy building because you get a degree. They're going to force you to make portfolios. They're going to keep your records. They're going to constantly nag you about outputting something every once in a while, right? Yeah, sure, you tell me you understand and you read all 10 chapters of Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn, but now I got to examine and tell you and make you prove to me that you actually read the first 10 chapters of Huckleberry Finn. But when you're self-studying, no one is telling you that. You can sit here, you can twiddle your thumbs and say, yeah, but Anki told me I know this stuff. Like, you do you now? Like, you have that popular theory. I'm gonna refer nebulously most of the time. All the popular theories, like, no, just keep inputting, and trust the process. Like, yeah, provided that all those people who do that can get there. I would say for every one of the people that can do that, there's probably like 2 or 3 people who may have gotten there if there was some ounce or even emphasis on maintaining honesty and due diligence in self-studying. Like, yeah, you can pick your immersion and your YouTube videos and you can give advice on, yeah, so just pick things that you're interested in and go and look for things that's great, but how do you know that? Like, how do you know? One of the parts of adults benefit is they have, if you're presuming, and I'm also presuming a little upstream, that the adult has enough self-reflection, discipline, organization, legacy, and experience to know what interests them and what doesn't interest them. Because there's a fine line between an adult constantly bouncing and discovering what they're interested in while trying to learn a target language versus an adult that knows what they like because they stick it to something for a while and then they reflect upon what makes it likable and what not makes it likable so that they can fine-tune that skill along with target language learning. So to me, I feel like one of the biggest differentiators between someone who does immersion and is successful and another person who does immersion and fell really face flat on their face is that there are 2 adults. One clearly understands what is engaging them and motivating them and keeping them consistent, and the other one doesn't. And it's not because the other one is less intelligent or less compliant or less hardworking. It's largely due to the lack of due diligence in focusing on, first, do you fill the criteria, the imaginary criteria that is being presumed about you, right? One of the things about comprehensible input, for example, is that you know how competent you are. And I find that to be understandably not applicable to a vast majority of younger adults now. I'm not entirely sure if they even want to know, because sometimes, or many times, more often than I would like, they observe avoidant behavior towards that. Like, oh man, I don't want to be reminded of what I don't know or how much I need to learn or like even be aware of what I like. So these methods work like gangbusters: immersion, comprehensible input. It works really well when you're assuming the target has full competence of themselves, being able to maintain healthy, sustainable habits, have lifestyles that are compatible with language learning already, so they're not adjusting lifestyles, and or are capable of having enough flexibility to adjust to that lifestyle. Feels weird to say this, but it comes well before the success. It's the pre-selection involved. So yeah, I would probably agree anyone who's interested in these nuanced techniques probably got there eventually because they become invested. I personally think that there's a deception here. There's a misrepresentation and a misrepresentation of how efficacious certain methods are, because there's an order to it, much like the theorems that they're based on. There's an order to that discovery. Lots of people, like statistically, will start at a certain position, and once they reach a specific realization of a particular technique that they want, it may seem that it is very successful, because by that time, anyone who made it through those selection process are already fulfilling the requirements. Like, for example, if you threw someone into immersion right away versus someone who went through steps in like SRS and formal education, what part of that formal education SRS experience allowed them to make their way to comprehensible input and immersion? I would say that if you were able to, I don't know how you would be able to do this because it's a human study, right? Behavioral study, but it would be interesting to see if the efficacy decouples when you take into account the order of adult discovery in methods of learning. I think ultimately it's negligent, or not negligent, it's negligible, and adults tend to end up doing all of the above. Enlightened, consistent adults who consistently reflect, organize, and continue to self-improve their methods, they likely engaged in more than one of the popular methods, and or if not even unpopular methods, or methods that are earlier in the stage or later in the stage. It'd be a combination of them, and they would maintain those. It's a messy answer, but it certainly is less egregious, in my opinion, pompous, arrogant, by suggesting that there is one method that somehow fundamentally can cater to the spuriousness of adult lifestyles. It may definitely work for children because there's a farther confined experience. I kind of expounded upon this already, so we're probably gonna skip number 3. I'll come back to this maybe. All right, so yeah, I have a lot to say about number 3, but that's a pretty decent primer. All right, so let's go over the routine. Like, what are we doing, right? Let's grab this color. So we're gonna do hardcore facts, like no, by the numbers, right? This is the by the numbers. By the numbers section. So let's start with some numbers. I think I'm going to say approximately 2 hours. 2 hours per day. And of that 2 hours, I would say on Duolingo Spanish, right? Per stream. So per day, actually, I should not say per day. That'd be inaccurate. It'd be per stream. About 2 hours per stream on Duolingo Spanish. And I would say of those 2 hours, like the first 20 minutes, there will be new input. So this would constitute as like the learning portion. So it's the first lesson set. The first lesson set is where the new input comes in, right? And the guidebook. We'll lump in the guidebook. It's about 20 minutes. So at most, we would say, I would comfortably say, what is this today? Day 35? So let's just multiply by 30, a round number. It is at least 600 minutes, or alternatively 10 hours. I do the math properly, yes. 10 hours of input from Duolingo, right? And then the rest is practice. So we double that, and we have 20 hours of output. And what does that output look like? It actually looks a little bit more spurious. Not all of it is technically practice. So it's practice plus any form of dialogue, like digressions, right? So there are days when this average it goes up because I talk about the stuff that I'm talking about earlier, where I would talk to other people, discuss, celebrate, output, right? Output the celebration, output reflection. So when I decided to stream, I told myself that yes, I would make time for these. I would make time to interact with other people, talk about language, try to make it related to language and habit formation and whatnot. It's a way to keep myself honest and at the same time continuously motivated and engaged, that isn't solely reliant on the app itself, right? On the app itself, but it is inspired by the app because I was doing Duolingo in the moment. That's what I usually refer to as one of the things about streaming language learning, is that the dialogue is an emergent property. Now, these emergent property can come at the sacrifice of efficacy of the app, as well as the efficacy of, or the efficiency of my Spanish. Like, for example, if I chatted about food in English and then talked about Chinese and Japanese, it doesn't directly help or aid in increasing my Spanish competence. However, it has emergent properties on my health and my mental health in maintaining a sustainable relationship with target language learning. It sounds holistic, but I don't think it's that holistic. I think it's a foundational, that one must continue to interact, whether it's about in the language or any form, in order to keep the person consistent. Different types of reward comes with different types of input of effort, and that input of effort also produces different types of reward. If, in my opinion, reward is centralized to one thing, it eventually becomes very, very reminiscent of doom scrolling. You'll need more and more of it because it's pedantic, complacent, and mundane over time. So, for example, if you're gonna say you're very studious, you're due discipline, you have lots of, you're very vigilant, right? Then yes, you can probably make it work, where you're going to constantly focus on doing this, and your only readout is this. Your only readout is this. Okay, you finished a book, that's your readout. You finished a book, next book, next book. You can do that for sure. That's great. Like, that requires a lot of effort. It also requires a lot of restraint. And it's usually the same stimuli over and over again, right? and you will probably be successful if you can. For me, the dialogue and the emergent properties of the dialogue while learning a language is part of the output. Whether it's in Spanish or it contributes to Japanese or English or something, it makes it so that I can do this for the rest of my life. And you might be correct. I might never become fluent in Duolingo Spanish, Japanese, or Chinese, but I sure as heck learned more than if I were to quit from burning out. Now, you might be thinking, well, what if you're just taking this so lightly that that's your fault? And I'm like, well, that's why I self-evaluate myself, right? This stuff feeds back on itself. Having dialogue with other people, you get to choose if you focus on how meaningful that is to you when you're reflecting upon it. So I'm including it in this numbers situation to allow me to understand how much time am I being quote unquote distracted from my studies, etc. And is it worth it, right? You answer if it's worth it when you're self-studying. Someone else it's very difficult for someone else to boldly claim they know what's worth it for you as a blanketed statement, which I feel it's incredibly professionally negligent when you provide a product that makes that guarantee all the time, especially with language learning. I think is bold, but I personally would not do it. It's such a scary moment to think that, hey, if you put in 50 hours on our app, you're going to become fluent. I still see that a lot. You know, I type Hansa Hero to bring up Hansa Hero every day, and slap dead at the top, I'm not going to name who it is, but it's a tag and it says, okay, so if you use this for this amount of time, welcome to fluency. And I'm like, that is, in my opinion, for lack of a better word, a load of crock. So anyone can quit before reaching to an endpoint. I mean, you're hoping that statistically overall you make a profitable gain on positive statistics overall, but that is unfilling and uncharacteristically emotionally apathetic or indifferent to those who fail, right? As long as it's above 50 or it reaches their profit margins, I think that's pretty sustainable, and kudos to all those people who succeed with that. Perhaps I could be one of them as well in the future, but that is one of the realities. So here we go. I spent over 60%, right? 66.6% of my time with output. So be it saying the same Duolingo phrase over and over again, saying the same sentence over and over again. And I say it this way because some people say, well, you're wasting your time doing that. It's like, perhaps not. We'll see about that. And the nice thing is I don't have to change this fact because it is a fact. I do spend this amount of time. So being honest here, right? This is how to keep one honest. You write down exactly what's happening. There's no fudging your data or telling yourself emotionally like, oh yeah, I put in a lot of time and I don't see why I have this cognitive dissonance about why I don't see any progress. It's like, well, I clearly see where my time is being used, right? And this is for full disclosure. So, okay, so we have this. What does this look like in terms of other types of numbers? Well, I still have to add more. There is another source of output. And the other source of output, because of the way Duolingo is structured when it comes to comparing mobile and desktop, is that I also have about, I'm going to say roughly 1 hour of output doing using Duolingo Spanish off stream. And this involves features. So this came about because of features that exist on mobile. And I'll go into more about that in a bit. So actually, I spent a lot more time with output. So I'm using the very most strict definition. You're going to sleep? Good night, Uni. I didn't know you were still here. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Have a good one. I'll catch you later. Sleep well. So you were lurking. Okay, okay. Yeah, have a good one. I'll talk to you later. Let's see. So hear me out here as well. That means that I'm using the most strictest definition of input and output. Input means that it's new. It has to be new. So the propensity of things that I have no prior knowledge or, and I put it in quotes here because in Spanish, I'm actually a lot of it is actually not new. I'm still catching up to my 20-year-old knowledge that way back in high school. But we're gonna count it this way for the sake of the language learning part. So I'm only actively inputting like less than 20% every single day. The rest is output, right? I would say I think that's a fairly conservative and reasonable way to demonstrate that if someone says, yeah, you're not doing enough input, that's why your Spanish is developing so slowly, I would agree, probably, because I expect my progress, quote unquote, my progress to reflect the amount of time I'm getting new information. So it's a difference between someone seeing me upset about why I don't have a lot of progress while using Duolingo, for example, or getting a lot of new knowledge while I'm using Duolingo. Well, I only use 20 minutes a day to get new inputs. How long do you think 20 minutes a day is going to take? And it's funny because according to Duolingo, they kind of expect you to use 20 minutes a day, not only for the new inputs, but also for the follow-up output in a more like a spaced out situation. So I think the average user possibly could do the input. Then for the next 4 days, they would do the rest of the unit. The rest of the unit to get the refresher, the spaced repping across. And then they would stagger some of that constantly going back while doing that. I didn't do that. And here's how here's what it looks like. So what do all those hours look like in Duolingo? And so from the get-go, I decided we're going to do it this way. So section 1 have 8 units. And section 2 have 26 units. Just off the top of my head, right? And when I said 10 hours of input, that is across section 1, section 2, and these units. And then we're gonna do more here it would be like 30 hours, right? My math might be a little bit off here. But if we're doing 1 hour input across the 30-ish days, right? Oh, that's way more, actually. That's 30 more hours. So we have 30 more hours not recorded in stream. So we're talking about 50 hours. 50 hours of output and 10 hours of input. And this is what this looks like here. I've got to write the total numbers here. So section has, so that's 34 units, right? 34 units. And I'm going to average the structure of these units. But there are some variations. So at the core, we have the input set. That's what I call it, the input set. And this is 5 lessons. So input set, that's 5 lessons. And then there will be a review set, which is also 5. I should do this a little bit differently. Let's put a 5 in here. Right? So this would be considered an output, right? And then there will be, actually, I take it back. Let me make sure. I think there's a story in between all of them. So what they try to do is, yeah. So what they try to do is to separate the input set, like this type of set, from everything else by spacing it with other things. So in this, there will be a story. So we have a story, right, which is fantastic, by the way. I think stories, one thing to say about stories is they are differently curated voices. So I actually think there were voice performers that were for the stories that they had. And then you have 5 more. And this is the review set. Right? And then you have another story. And this is the average now. We're taking the average. Not all of the units starting up. There was a little bit of a startup. Then the next one would be a review story set. Review story. No, actually, it's not a set. It's just one exercise. So these are ones. And there's a review story. Now, review story has the option of listening and reading as a first choice. And the listening is the primary, predominant top thing that matures the set, which we'll talk about maturity in a little bit. Listening. So that would mean it would be a prior story. When you get going, there'll be a prior story that's using as a review, and listening would have some of the dialogue blocked out or masked dialogue, and you can click to reveal them, right? So it would have half of it blocked off, roughly. So one speaker would be visible and the other speaker would not be. And then you can click to reveal it. So that is the way they do a review story. It would be a story you have already heard. So it would be a prior story. So this would be let's be even more precise here. The idea is this is going to be an input story. And then, the note about curated voices, which I'll remind myself to talk about a little bit. And then this is a review story. So these are actually, we're going to change, we're not going to use the word review. We're going to do output sets. and output stories. That's what these are. So at the first half, or the first set of things, like these two, there'll be novel things. It will be a story that you haven't heard, and it will be vocabulary or whatever grammar points or whatnot that you haven't heard. And then the second one would be the output of this, and then the story would be an output of a prior story, a story that you have already heard from some other previous unit, right? Then comes 3 personalized practice. So these are output review. So this would be something that you have already learned from a previous unit, and that's 3 sets of that, right? Then you might get lucky. Oh, or no, we're going to do the core. This is the core. So the core then would have 2 output set. So this involves going back to this, right? And then you have 1 trophy, which is we'll call it like a summary, which takes into account all the concepts from here too, right? And this forms the skeleton of everything. Now, there's a pattern of extra stuff that goes into all of these, and we'll talk about that now. So in between all of these, there's a chance that there will be in between here. So between the output review, so the personalized practice, there may be another story, an additional story, which is an input story, or an input podcast. So these are just new things. They aren't something you've seen, but the vocabulary themselves is still kind of related. So it's kind of a little deceptive to call them input, but it's input in a different form. Input podcast because the format is different. You're hearing the language in a different format, right? When I say output review, these are identical or related. They're very much the same prompts, but presented in a slightly different way. Not enough to be substantially different. So you're practicing it. You're basically seeing the same things again and again, right? And then the output review is the same as the previous ones. So anything that has occurred before ends up here. While these, the podcasts, they stand alone. They are unique in their mix of whatever they're doing. Now, with that said, this is on the desktop version. So we're talking about in the desktop version. This is the skeleton, and they would have this format for like the foreseeable future as I'm scrolling. Now, there is another format, and this brings in the evening output / input, so to speak. And that's the evening, where this is off stream. And that involves 3 additional podcasts. Because these are only available on mobile. And I'm not capturing things on my phone at the moment. For like technological and security reasons. So there are 3 new there are 3 input podcasts that do not show up in the desktop version. So I do them in the evening. And then there's one new thing which occurs right here, usually right before the summary. And then the 3 podcasts are scattered between the story. So you have one up here, one here, and then one after this. So the idea is you're always constantly doing a different task with a mix of input formatting, and or vocabulary between output sets. So in the mobile situation, you're constantly going from, oh, this is new in a grand scheme of things, substantially new in a grand scheme of things, and then you go back to something you know, then new, something you know, new, something you know, and spread out. And the one here is the new feature, the one that they advertised at 2025, which are adventures. And adventures I would put under input. So input adventures. This is where I've been drawing grids every day because that's kind of part of my routine now. So I haven't gone into routines yet, so we're not going to go into that yet, but the adventure. So it's a top-down thing where you click around, tab, and it may or may not involve the current set. So that's kind of strictly to mobile, and there is more. There's even more than that. So in each session or each unit, at each unit, there are these things called, there are 3 starred. They're called, I'm going to call them star sets. And star sets are timed. And these star sets are largely output. So these are output star sets, timed output star sets. And for each unit, there are 6. So there are 3 stars for matching. So we're talking about like SRS matching. Flashcards. It's in the format of, it's in this format. Right? And what you're doing is you're matching. And it goes on. Like, once you match something, it disappears and gets replaced. And so you're matching to a fixed amount that is timed, and you must accomplish it timed. And then there's 3 stars for the unit stuff. So this includes all of the output of your input sets. So like sentences, mic, like I'm just gonna say listen and speak and read and writing. So like the normal prompts, but it's timed. That's what requires, right? So I do those too, on and off. So I'm actually doing these things, and then there's one more activity from time to time, and that is the event. So there's the event, and the event is also a timed ladder thing, but this one rotates every 3 days. So I don't necessarily do it every day, but in the long run, what normalizes all these activities is that I spend about an hour. Actually, you know what? I think it's even fairer. Now that I think about it, we're gonna round this up to 2 hours. And we're talking about 60 hours. Oh boy. Only hit the wrong thing. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so, and that's currently what I do literally. So these are the facts. Nothing is negotiable about this. They are done. That's what they do. And that's what Duolingo has to offer, right? We also want to add... the guidebook. So there's a momentary guidebook, right? There's one guidebook, which I'll go over now, go over soon. And that's what you have. That's the structure. And the timing, we also have to go over timing. So the timing is that I've decided that I would do all of this. Oh, and I'm missing something still. I forgot to say that then all of these things here that form the core, there's an additional lesson at a higher, quote unquote, higher diff, and that's an output legendary, minus the podcast. The podcast you don't legendary, so minus this, with the exception of this. Let me adjust this. And all of this is done in a single day. Every single day is how I'm doing this. So every single day, I would say 4 hours. Yeah, every day 4 hours ish, give or take. Right. And I would do all of this here on stream and this off stream. And what would I be doing during this? I'd be like walking around. Like whenever I get up and I'd be eating or something, I would do these exercises. Like, hey, I need to get up, walk around, stretch a little bit. I'll pace around the living room and do these exercises. Because that's, in my opinion, leveraging one of the most interesting things and available things that Duolingo does. It forms habits where it's so convenient that you can bring it with you on doing tasks of things that you already do. So I actually think when I walk, I tend to just grab my phone and boop into Duolingo and complete these tasks. And I'm trying to quantify that. It's a little bit harder because output stuff, the things I do when I'm outputting, I give myself a lot of leeway. The input stuff is very rigorous. So stream is what keeps me honest about this stuff is in a timely manner. This stuff is nebulously across the evening. With that said, there's one last thing, is the timing of each unit. We have been doing 1 unit per day. Right? So all of this that I'm saying every single day, outside the 3-day rotation and whatnot. Some certain things have rotations, and remember that some of these may or may not have these. There are some variants, but the core itself and everything, every single day. That's what I do in the amount of time, right? I have yet to. This will be difficult to contextualize, but I also am currently working on a Wanikani project and a Hanza Hero project. So those things also take certain liberties. And I had to negotiate what I would do in the evening in place of those. So I haven't placed this in a context of, well, where does Japanese and Chinese fit into all of this? And The answer is probably not very comparable and difficult. Like, for example, I watch anime when I'm doing other things as a form of output for Japanese, and that at time doesn't overlap with this. It may be concurrent sometimes, but what I mean by that is I would be paying attention to that stuff when I'm doing it, and then Chinese as well, like talking to my parents and whatnot. So that is more for a different way. This is all the things that are relevant to Duolingo Spanish. So if you're doing any of this already and all of this sounds familiar, then it's a great point of reference. If you're just doing one, then I don't want to give people the idea that I do the same thing they do, right? And then somehow magically am much better. I work. I love working. Working is something I do a lot. So if this seems like it's a lot, it probably is. Especially for someone who has a family, right? A job. So we have to keep that in mind. I really find this stuff incredibly engrossing. So every single day. And then what does that equate to? So thankfully, Duolingo has some metrics that help me out with this. And we're gonna go over them now here. Yeah, we're gonna go them here. So other facts and stats that I would say are relevant is, so what did I learn? Right? What were the inputs? It's surprisingly conservative, actually. They move at a fairly slower pace, which kind of makes sense from a business standpoint and an engagement and a regulation standpoint. So let's go and hop on. Let's start with concepts, right? We were talking about guidebooks. So this is often a point of critique many times to people who use Duolingo. They say like not enough grammar, right? Lots of comments about like not enough grammar, doesn't explain anything, doesn't explain anything. It doesn't explain anything. So here's my counter argument. It does explain certain things. The idea was it doesn't explain everything. Of course it doesn't. Actually, I would be very, very worried if I suddenly go into buying a product and they tell me that it explains everything. Because the moment I think about that, it's like I'm gonna go buy a product that would probably say something more cogent, like we try our best to include what we think is important, as opposed to making a guarantee that they explain everything. That is bold and kind of sounds like a scam. Because in my opinion, not in the same thing as scam as in they're doing it intentionally to be malicious towards you, is that they're overselling. So as in they don't sell what they promise. And typically when you have promises like it'll teach you everything, it'll make you fluent in 1 year, that feeling that people get when they're like, oh, I feel like I got scammed or I wasted my money, that comes, in my opinion, double-edged with big promises of products. So it doesn't explain anything is false. Is false. This is very, very false. It does explain some things, but it certainly doesn't explain everything. And here we're gonna go over the stuff, at least to the best of my knowledge. Okay, so these come largely from the guidebooks. So Duolingo, let's go down by sections. So section 1.1. So section 1, unit 1, right? 1.1. They talk about gender, and introduce ser, right? Ser and gender, as in Spanish words have gender, and ser is one way to characterize someone, right? Then 1.2 is vowel sounds. Not all of it is strictly grammar, but we're talking about like explicit information. Not enough grammar, explicit information. I'm not even gonna go into today, in the interest of time, go into comprehensiveness of the explanation. Like, was the explanation good or not? I think it's still in an explanation. It's not all encompassing as well. So we're not talking about ones and zeros. There exist, so it refutes these comments. So vowel sounds. So a, o, u, right? A, e, o, u, right? So they cover that. They didn't cover consonants and stuff, but we'll see if it happens. Estar. So next one is estar versus ser. Actually, specifically, they take it even slower. They're really only referring to está, estoy, soy, and es, and eres and estás. So that's where they introduce. Estar is more for temporary, like a position or location of a person, or like a temporary status of a person, and ser is for a descriptor and or something of permanence to the person, right? Or to the thing or the object. And then we have de as a modifier. So like largely they were talking about food. So maybe like pescado de Italiano, or like Italian fish or something like that. It's de as a modifier. Then we have questions. And this specifically for speech, not interrogative. So uptone speech specifically. And then also a side note about accent marks, because a lot of the interrogatives have accent marks. Donde, right? Bien. Cuál. But specifically they were just talking about how for the question marks, for the accent marks, but for the question, largely just to frame it with an uptone, not the interrogatives themselves. So they didn't even introduce the interrogatives. Possibly donde, like de donde es or something, possibly at this point. Slow, steady pace, right? So 1.6, it was adjectives are typically after nouns. And they say typically, right? Lots of typical. And then verb for present tense verbs. And actually, even limited than that, it's more yo, eres, and or like me, tú, and su. Or like the tense stuff. Yo, me, you, and he or she so far. So verb present tense, right? They really like break it down, like slowly feed you, right? Then we have negation. a negation of the thing before the verb. So no in front, right? So no tengo, no escuchar, or no escucha, something like that. And also introduced infinitives, which I totally forgot that's what they're called. Right? So like, no me gusto escuchar música or something, where you have the infinitives next to a negation of a verb. So that's explained. And then the last unit of section 1 was adjective gender agreements. So you got to get used to, making sure your adjectives agree in gender. And the introduction of the phrase me llamo, or versions of it. So llamar in this structure requires an indirect. So it's me llama, sorry, not llamo. Wait. No, we're fine. Yeah, and versions of that, right? Se llama and whatnot. Okay, so now we move on to section 2, right? So what else we got? We got tú versus usted. And then this deals with like the formalities. And then again, once again, a revisit of ser and estar. In this case, now we're talking about more stuff. They're adding like locations, because now we're moving on to locations and professions and nationalities. So there's ser and estar again to reinforce an association with new descriptors, new temporary things, right? 2.2 brings a subject verb agreement. Subject and verb agreement. So if one person is doing something, it's different from more than one person, or we didn't even get there yet. It's more like if I'm doing something, they have to agree. If she's or he is doing something, or you are doing something, it must agree, right? Like tú escuchas and yo escucho, right? That kind of thing. And to keep in mind, these guidebooks are being introduced whether the lesson has it or not. As in, the way Duolingo is structured is, while there's explicit information, their primary focus is implicit learning. They often, when it comes to like grammar and explanations and whatnot, it's largely implicit examples. But all of these eventually cover many of the implicit examples. It's kind of one of those things like, well, if you haven't noticed yet, then, and many of these came after the implicit examples. So all of these things are already being shown in examples well before they were covered in guidebooks. And I'm not a stranger to that. I actually quite like that, because it gives, in my opinion, it gives the person the opportunity to try to be active in trying to explain and observe patterns before be given an explicit information. Not everyone is conducive to this. I think there is a far more larger audience that want to know something before they use it, and that's perfectly reasonable. So this would probably be an adjustment period, like being able to see explicit information almost optionally and hidden away compared to using implicit examples and learning implicitly, right? In fact, most people think the most common type of comment that I get oftentimes is that implicit learning is not the same as teaching. So a thing doesn't teach you, they are incapable of teaching you implicitly, which I can see what they're talking about. Oftentimes these are individuals who qualify that explicit instruction and explicit information is considered qualifications for teaching, is an aspect that needs to be present to consider it teaching, and that would be true if that is the assumed condition. Duolingo, the vast majority of Duolingo's things is not explicit. So technically, if I were to put myself in their shoes with their qualification, then yes, Duolingo doesn't teach your language, right? However, with that acknowledgement, me personally, I spend most of my time learning through implicit observations. So like, how does a scientist learn that these things happen? They observe it and then they learn to explain it, right? They observe that if you do A, it leads to B, and that A, if we observe and measure A, we can learn how to explain B. So in my area, my thought, which I'm outside maybe of the internet generation, but the vast majority of internet people that I talk to when it comes to what constitutes as learning, like I don't ask them directly, they speak as though humans are not able to learn without explicit instruction. So like, you couldn't have learned how to breathe well or walk and crawl well by observing people. You have to be told how to do those things in order to constitute it as teaching. Like, a person walking to demonstrate something is not considered teaching. That's implicit demonstration, as in they didn't explicitly explain how they made those steps. And that's understandable in this day and age, in the age of the internet. It's practically a meme at this point, where someone will say like, oh, let me show you how to cook an omelet. Show a person do it, and then the comments would be filled like, wow, way to explain it. You didn't teach us anything. You just showed us what it is. But it's very common. It's acceptable in today's age, and I think it also bleeds into language learning, and video games and whatnot. Cue the yellow paint controversy with video games. Cue how unpopular fantastic puzzle games are and fantastic mystery games are. If they don't explain things, then you can't possibly learn or implicitly be able to solve them, because thinking for yourself and critical thinking and problem solving is a thing in the past, or something like that. I disagree, obviously. I actually think it's my particular position that pre-selects for people who don't believe in implicit learning, as in learning through observation. Sometimes all the things that you might want, that you need, yeah, I would love explicit instructions, because you can leverage being an adult about it and whatnot and that stuff. But I feel like kids don't even learn as kids before they become adults nowadays. What I mean by that is, earlier I talked about how children requires the oversight of adults in order to capitalize on their enormous potential in implicit learning. As in, they experiment, they do things, and they learn really, really fast, but it's under the guise of implicit learning. I actually think early exposure to social media And the internet has circumvented the need for that, and it became more of an optional skill than an actual part of growing up. Like, as a kid, I had to learn implicitly. And then as I get older and older, I became more and more reliant or been introduced to explicit learning. So in the long run, in my current age, I have a balance of being able to implicitly learn things and explicitly learn things. Now, in language learning, that's a very important topic because immersion and comprehensible input is implicit learning. It's not explicit learning. So you have these people still relatively able to embrace that idea even late in in adulthood eventually if they behave in it. It's almost as though, this is going to sound a little bit condescending, but I think it's very cute and also very telling. It's actually kind of disappointing and disheartening that one of the life hacks about language learning is that you rediscover implicit learning. What do you like? Comprehensible input is implicit learning. You take what you know and you figure out what's missing. That's implicit learning. What does that look like in a really, really low input state? Duolingo. Duolingo looks like that in a very, very low implicit state. It's so low that anyone feels like they could master it in a matter of a few minutes because they want to lower the amount of time you would invest in it. So you only learn like one word. I mean, like, we'll get into that, but it's on average for the Duolingo Spanish side, maybe 8 words. 8 words a day. But because it's completely reliant on implicit learning. Like, oh, we took out this word for another word. Can you guess what it is? Well, here's all these other examples. You could click on all of them and test them all yourself, or you can look at the choices and you're like, well, it's got to be this word, right? All the other ones are like nouns, and this is an adjective. Hey, I'm looking at this and I'm missing an adjective. Let's go look at the word choices for an adjective. That's implicit learning. But Duolingo holds your hand so much that the people who think that it's teaching you nothing, it's teaching you the one thing. And you're probably fairly good at implicit learning, yet you focus on constantly complaining that it needs explicit instruction, right? So that's kind of where cognitive dissonance starts being tossed into the discussion. So comprehensible input, you can push that limit, and different models push even harder. Like, how low can you push? I usually push even past like 80. I push past like 15% at most. I go as I try to hit 90%. So like, my comprehensibility is, if I had to do CI, is 90% overall. So I would get like 10% of stuff. What is Duolingo at? It's kind of at like 96%. Like, if at all, it's like 98%. Where the one drop is so minor that yeah, you're gonna get it right away. And one of the downsides of that is that it's so easy that it required so little effort that it's negligible if someone's already passive already. So if you don't like language learning and you're already passive about it, you would have to double down in your effort in order to achieve an effortful active participation. When I'm describing this stuff, I'm inputting excessive effort because I actually don't think this is a lot of work. Like, Duolingo has such a low threshold that you have to do quite a lot to get a little bit. And what I mean by a little bit, I mean the same criticisms that I agree with, where like, oh, you learn very slowly. It's like, well, yes, of course you learn very slowly. They're about engagement and consistency. Their investment is like 10 minutes. What do you think you're gonna learn in 10 minutes? So yeah, I agree. Now, on the other hand, that doesn't mean you can't make it hard on yourself. Doesn't mean you can't take that 10 minutes and then suddenly constantly ask yourself, how would I reword this? Can I even reword this? What would I want to say instead of this? So that's kind of where I come in on this, which I haven't gone over. The stuff that isn't facts, the stuff that isn't what Duolingo offers, is the stuff that I tend to add to it. So we're still gonna keep going on with that. This is gonna be a long one. This whole conversation, when I'm doing Duolingo, when I'm doing Duolingo exercises and like plugging away, this is what I'm thinking about. How am I getting along? What does Duolingo actually do? What does Duolingo actually explain? And then what can I do with it? Well, I can certainly talk about it, right? If I can recall this stuff, then I most certainly hope that it stays and I can retain it. So let's keep going, right? So 2.3 is 2.3 is days of the week. So days of the week often uses a masculine article. So that's one occasionally took me a while to remember or get used to again. And then also number agreement. So I think we're going into plurality now, like things that are plural. And 2.4 is n and enye, because there's a special one. So that's self-explanatory. There's 5. This one I screw up every once in a while still. Omit articles. So they're trying to introduce some of the conditions that you omit articles, and one of them is before a profession. I can think of, as far as I remember, I can think of like 7 situations where you can omit articles. It would be weird to include them. And then there's also situations where you omit indefinite articles versus definite articles. So you kind of actually, it occurred a bunch of times already. Like here, I'm like, I don't remember. Is this one of the conditions? Like, because there are verbs where you omit articles, and then there are verbs that you don't, and you kind of try to fill them out. And one way to fill them out when it comes to these things is there's actually not that much of a pattern to them. So interestingly enough, the one thing that you kind of want explained, it's actually comes down to practice. So it's in a way, I actually think it's pretty humorous that Spanish and possibly English actually works quite well with the way Duolingo approaches its output dominant things, because some of these are exceptions, like omissions, probably like tener. Usar? See, I still can't even think about them off the top of my head. When you hear it and you said it for a couple times, you kind of just feel out when the omissions are. And it can still be tough. And that's one of the things that I'm still working on again. Getting my sea legs on where articles, and it's not the end. It won't make or break your Spanish. Like, sure, you put in an article. It's like, oh yeah, that's weird. You don't need an article there. That's fine. It doesn't destroy the meaning of the sentence you're doing. So these are things where you go from output to normalization, in my opinion. Right, learning language as a thing. Let's see. Now we're starting to get like demonstratives. So este versus esta, because it's this. So we also have two genders, and then eventually we get estes and estas, right? And then they expand that nouns, articles, and adjectives all have to agree on both number, right? On number and gender. So that's covered as well. Where are we at? 2.7? 2.7 is tener in the use of age, expressing age. So it's not S, and I make this mistake every once. You don't characterize using ser, you use tener. Tener for age, right? I think we now go into plurals. So the first thing we start with plural articles. Plural articles and one weird thing. So now we're going to also context specificity stuff, like su. Su being, you know, your in a different way. Your formal, your formal, his, hers, and also ours. Right, so su is context specific when it comes to interpreting what they are based on the subject, right? And then 2.9 is more. So now we have going over subject, verb, couples. This is where llamar and sentar are introduced formally for their context. Or sentir. So like, well, se llama, right? And then like me siento, right? And le siente. They're subject verb couples. Then 2.10 is we have plurals, plural verb conjugations now. Right. And also how ser is special. So now they're filling oh, I forgot something here. So there's also something that's irregular here. And the irregularness is occasionally, and this is very occasional. This is not even 50% of time. It's like 20% of time. There'll be an additional unit on conjugation or a grammar related thing. Which the whole unit is about that. So it could be something like an entire, and it's not one actually, it's 5. It's 5. It's going to be a lesson set dealing with the grammar related things. So it could be 5 sets, 5 lessons on just picking ser and estar in compound sentences. Like which one uses ser, which one uses estar, and you have to make sure that you know them. Or fill out a conjugation table right? From I, you, he, she, them, right? Them, y'all, right? So over and over again. So that's there too. It reminded me because that's why ser, there's guidebooks on like ser is special because they actually represent things in conjugation tables. When they start moving forward to other things. Yep, still going, still going. This is all in the around 30 days. So this is all the material you're supposed to be responsible for in around 30 days. In fact, I went slow compared to other people. Like, what I mean by compared to other people, not the average Duolingo user, the person who I interact with online often. So I think the average Duolingo user would likely go a lot slower than this, right? So I'm going relatively fast in the sense that I'm challenging myself to see where I become uncomfortable. I will eventually slow down because I'm catching up with my old curriculum, like the stuff that I know from high school. Most of this stuff is still familiar. So I'm not technically getting a lot in the sense of input, but more refresher, right? So that's a big disclaimer. However, for many people, especially like those who are learning Japanese on Duolingo Japanese, they can always say like, oh, this is very slow. And it's like, wait, what do you mean you're very slow? You're telling me you can remember 25 new vocabulary words in a single day, like just like that? Like I can't. I mean, Wanikani has told me I certainly cannot. So while the lessons are very repetitious, they might not even be all that efficacious, largely because one of the funny things when people say they blame Duolingo for is falling into a false sense of security, as in like they're learning the words or they think they're learning the words, but they're not. And oftentimes when I think about the stuff, it's both a Duolingo design thing, but it's also the user. Oftentimes the user gets that false sense of security, at least relative to me. I have no qualms to saying like, dang, Duolingo moves fast because I understand how much I can actually remember in a day. But the people who are falling into false sense of security, it's a two-part problem, right? Something doesn't suck because something doesn't suck strictly is all their fault if the user has autonomy on the flexibility of how they approach the lessons. So it's both parts the user's fault and the tool. Now, I've already spoken a little bit about why I would say some people would say it's a design thing, because in SRS, a dynamic SRS would be pretty sweet based on what they're doing. But I don't think the way they have their workflow now would accommodate modularly integrating some sort of SRS. So they're compensating instead now using LLMs. And LLMs can make for that dynamic adjustment, which that works, right? For Spanish and French, of course. And that's a progress, progress thing. All right. I can tell you I have not executed with impunity all of these grammatical points alone. So there's no way I'm saying I did all of this, section 1 and 2, and I can tell you I can just bleh and do all section 1 and 2's vocabulary words and all these grammar points on point. I probably very loose. I drop some things and forget some things, but when you're using Duolingo, they make it so that you don't drop them. Like they provide like 80 to 90% of the comprehensible input without active recall. So what I mean by that is one of the nice things about Duolingo is also one of the things that take away Duolingo's efficacy, which is they don't force you to recall the things around the new things. As in, there's no active recall or active engagement necessary to remember or construct or bring up information voluntarily around every new information you get. So when you learn a new word, it's surrounded by all the words you've seen through exposure and repetition. But when you take it away, you don't recall what it is. Largely because Duolingo did it for you. And that's kind of how I feel leads to the complacency of people who say they didn't learn anything for like 4 years, because there's no active desire to work for it in some sense. So it's both a boon and a bane. If something's very easy, I often encourage someone, make it just hard enough that you can't say it's easy, but it certainly won't prevent you from continuing. That's a whole different discussion for another time. Like, how do you know, MAKU? You keep saying all these things. How do I know what's easy enough that I don't quit, but hard enough that it gets me want to work for it? This. You do something for a little bit, right? Maybe 2 weeks. Write down all the things that you're retaining, how they're retaining, what doesn't work for you. Repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. If you're self-studying, of course, when you're choosing to do this on your own. Otherwise, obviously there's other routes. Talk to someone who is trained to do so, right? But for me, not everyone has a luxury of doing that. Actually, it's ironic because one of the luxuries of becoming an adult is that you can do it without the supervision of another adult. So I'm gonna sound a little bit rude here, probably a little too direct, but if you're asking if something is good for you, if something's worth your time, should I do this, should I do that, and you think you're an adult and you think like an adult, this is going to be a very stern wake-up call. You are not an adult. You do not think like an adult. You do not have the mindset of an adult if you're going around asking those types of questions. And I think that's perfectly fine, because it also means you have the potential to unapologetically and passionately learn something with an adult supervision, someone who's trained to teach you. So whenever I hear someone say those things, if they have the money or the or a friend or accessibility of a person, I think it goes a long way. Because what is the double edge of being a self-sustaining adult? You butt heads with all of the other adults, so it could provide interference. Like, if here's a great example which I was gonna tackle later. When someone constantly overcorrects me, that is different. An adult who's self-sustaining knows and has the confidence that they can override and recondition themselves or even unlearn things. They would be actually interference by someone who constantly corrects them. So if you're not one of those people and you're saying, oh no, I like being corrected all the time because I want to know that I'm right at all times, you're less of an adult. But the nice thing is that also means you're very, very open to instruction. Much like open to influence, right? You're very open to influence. So when I'm watching a video and this person's like, this is the best thing since sliced bread, I'm like, hold my beer. You're gonna have to answer some questions before you can convince me this is the best thing since sliced bread. And then alternatively, the other person who is less like an adult, right, who don't really know what they want, evaluate their own competence and use critical thinking skills yet, they would be like, oh, that sounds really good. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Man, this is good. I'll buy that. So, double edge, very double edge. It also means that it's very difficult to convince someone who's independently thinking that certain things are real and certain things are not. And if you want to hear a really, really dark version of this, sometimes it's very hard to convince an adult that they're competent because they are so stuck in their ways a lot of times and they're so self-sufficient. They know that if they feel awful and they don't do very well to their liking, it's very difficult to convince them otherwise because they need evidence. But when you're thinking like a more opened, youthful person, you're susceptible more to instruction, and you can probably benefit from a lot of that. And that's kind of what makes children so good at learning. They are so susceptible to instruction, but you can kind of see that also mean that's why social media is under regulation and whatnot. It's because that also means that adults can find very, very effective ways to manipulate younger minds. I feel like youth and adult kind of has a double standard here. I'm gonna say more like I think we'll use youth, right? Youth and inexperienced and experience, I should say. So an inexperienced mind may be more likely, I'm not saying they're exclusive, because there are experienced minds that are brutally arrogant and closed off. And that's due to like actual experience, like trauma and whatnot. So in a way, that's still experience. But for the most part, if you're going around asking, is this good for me? And you aren't able to obtain that question, that typically means that it requires a lot more self-evaluation, right? And that's perfectly fine. I think there's ways to leverage that. And I honestly think it's on the responsibility of both the person asking the question and the person trying to answer the question. And tools, when you use tools, that is an adult decision. No one forced you to use Duolingo. No one forced you to use Anki. So while the tool may arguably have some deceptive qualities by the way the language is being presented, it can be misleading, right? It is not strictly the unanimous fault of the thing you voluntarily chose. And understanding that gives you the power as a adult thinker to understand what you learned and what you didn't learn from that choice you made, and develop and improve upon it, right? Then the decisions you make become more and more consistent to your expectations and the things you have. Meanwhile, instead, I end up hearing in this thing where someone would say, oh yeah, Duolingo doesn't work, just like Bushu, just like Renshu, just like this next gamified thing. It's like, well, if you know that didn't work and this doesn't work and that's kind of like this and that doesn't work, then why do you keep on doing the same thing expecting that it'd be different? Like, sometimes I feel like someone thinks credibility is based on how often they try and how often they fail the same way. I would say, to me, it sounds like you're a very hard worker. However, I think one could benefit from a lot of instruction in that case, which also implies that this person is very inexperienced in the way they think, but could go a very long way to leverage that inexperience, because that naivety can be channeled with great guidance. But obviously it's not me who has the great guidance or whatnot. Meanwhile, an adult, right, someone who's more refractory might have stuck to their guns, and they often tread fairly average, actually, like myself, where sure, I'm not doing the most efficacious way, but I can tell you that I wouldn't fail achieving it. So it's a mixed bag, right? Sometimes I embrace the new fad and it lines up and it's very trendy. Sometimes I don't. Actually, most of the time I don't. I usually go on the side of, yeah, let's just start. It'll work out. And then, you know, the trendy little person who believes that the world is black and white would come by and say, but you're not doing it the best way. Don't you want to succeed even better? My first thought is there's no guarantee that, like, you can't guarantee that. Like, if you do, and if I fail, would you give me money for in return on my time? Like, there's no guarantee for that kind of thing. Like, you're saying if I start this, I will succeed. It's like, well, you can say if I start this, I am more likely to succeed. After you realize what I'm doing. But I am more than happy to take a challenge. As in, someone will tell me, like, here, I will stake my pride and my integrity, my professional integrity, that if you use this thing, you will be satisfied compared to my course of action. And the irony here is I'd probably be fine with it. That's kind of how people make business. You pick people who will trust you, and regardless of what they do and how mediocre their performance might be, if they trust you, they are more than happy to buy your product and continue to trust you. In fact, it's to the point where even if you think you think you're underperforming, you might think you're successful because you believe in the product. And I think that goes a long way to making something like comprehensible input and immersion the status that they are now in language learning. And in the meantime, I actually think it's because they're committed. I think one of the biggest underlying things is the commitment of the people by the time they reach engaging in that. Immersion is often recommended, and like comprehensible input is often recommended after practicing foundations and having a working foundation on which to build upon that. So yes, those people are probably statistically likely to have more mature, experienced thoughts of how they can make things work. So yes, the world is not fair. Duolingo will continue to be a place where they have mixed reviews, mixed feelings, because when you start something, that's where the ambivalence comes from, far more than someone who's seasoned. So whenever someone says Anki, most people like Anki, is because most people like Anki after having a matured mindset. It's a very niche product. It caters to the people who finds Anki. Now, you might be thinking, well, you know, there are people who suggest Anki from the start. Yeah, those people, they probably have mixed feelings about Anki in the long run. If you probably could even decouple. I mean, like, I'm surmising, obviously, I don't have data for this, but I would say there's probably a correlation between people who are mixed feelings about Anki and people who live and die by Anki, right? Those who start Anki early will have more likely, like as a starting point, will have more likely mixed feelings than those. I bet it correlates with that. And usually that's how it goes with first step things. So there's a double standard here. Comprehensible input is often a later stage than grammar, vocabulary, SRS is. Or like just willy-nilly trying to feel out how much volume you want to commit to this. And it goes without saying, regardless of how much you say, reading a book is less effort than looking at a flashcard. I think that is the pot calling the kettle black and being a hypocrite. When someone says, oh, comprehensible input is really great because it requires less effort than the alternative, when fundamentally, based on how you're saying and presenting your things, it ultimately requires more effort. That effort is how it creates the return on your learning input. It engages the person while also eliciting a creative process to figuring out what things are. A flashcard is, you know it, you turn it around, you check if you're right. If you're wrong, there's the answer. Very, very low effort. Incredibly low effort. So going around and telling people like, yeah, do CI because it's easy. Like it's not easier. So we have to keep this in mind. It's not easier than the other, per se. I don't like I'm not going to talk about easier and harder things anymore for the rest of this stream, because it also requires awareness. And immediately someone's going to say, but I think learning flashcards is harder than learning from reading stories. Like, yes, because it requires self-awareness. So in the end of the day, it still requires that someone who's self-studying be aware of their own competence, their own lifestyle choices, and what experiences they already have, which is not the focus of pre-selection for any of these things. Like, I don't see an app where I go on the app and someone asks, you know, you're asking yourself, oh, is this app for me? Is it good? Is it worth? I recently got asked this on a video comment, and they asked me, is it good? Like, do you think it's worth getting the pro? And the best thing I can do, the most responsible thing I can do, is describe the thing as much as I can, and if it interests them, give it a try, because there's very little that will compensate for pre-selection. I could tell you, oh, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you believe it, then my professional integrity is on the line. So going around saying, I am a successful language learner, I learned this Japanese, I guarantee you doing this will make it work. My thought is, well, that is someone I have a very hard time talking to, and probably not someone that I would wholeheartedly sit down and have a conversation with, because they're so firm and they're so hyperbolic that what is there to discuss? Like, my only thought is they're so confident in their statements that I'm either a person who's willing to embrace them wholeheartedly, or I wouldn't be able to hold a candle or a conversation with them. That characterizes the random stranger that comes by and say something in Spanish. Like, Spanish happens a lot, or a lot more, where someone comes by and is like, oh, dude, I speak Spanish. Like, here, you want me to correct you along the way and do that? It's like, no, not really, because you don't learn Spanish. You haven't learned Spanish in a long time. So the likelihood of you doing something that's consistently conducive to my learning is probably quite rare. I would love to hear about what you find interesting in Spanish, because that is where you are, and that's great. So instead of going around feeling that you're obligated to help someone through a detachment, sharing interesting things in Spanish is a great way to get someone to know more things about Spanish, as opposed to like hypercorrecting and trying to anticipate the errors that they make. I can't tell you how often, if I had $1 for every time someone says, oh, you got to be careful about this. Like, this is going to be a problem. It was a problem for me. So you got to be careful. If you do this, you're going to get bad habits. If you do this, it might sound too much. It's like, well, how do you know this? It's like, well, it happened to me. It's like, oh, okay. So you turned out pretty good. I guess it'll be okay. It's like, no. You'll be different because you're not like me. It's like, then why are you giving me advice? Because if I'm not like you, you couldn't possibly give me advice. You're not even relating to me. So which is it? You either I'm not like you and you're trying to prevent me from doing something horrendous, or you're like me and you're giving advice that's relevant to me. It's a cyclic argument. It's self-contradictory. It's very difficult to communicate to someone who lacks self-awareness about where they are and where their position is. That goes very well with the territory of someone who guarantees results by saying like a trite 3-word sentence, like, look up this guy. You're welcome. I'm like, okay. I'll look up the guy, but I can guarantee you that I'm going to have a different perspective on this than you do. Because you embraced this guy. I did not yet. So, you know, think a little bit or something like that. Yeah. I pretty much hit on a lot of... I don't think we're going to have to go over the third point today. Okay. So, 211. Let's continue. We have plural again. Plural nouns. Right? Plural nouns. That's fine. And adjectives, right? So we have plural nouns and adjectives. Now that we have plural verbs, we also have plural noun and adjectives. And also possessive plurals. So this would be like sus, tus, and mis, right? Mis, sus, tus. What else we got? We got ¿dónde? ¿Dónde está? I don't know why. Wait. Well, ¿dónde, like, estar? Sort of structure. This is to answer one of our interrogatives, right? At this point we are at this point you're already introduced to like cuánto, possibly cuál, qué, por qué at this point. So they're going over interrogatives fairly slowly. And also because of position, there's also contractions. So del and al in this one. I still remember like constantly forgetting to slam de el into del and a el to al over and over again. Right. 2013. Section 13 is stem changing verbs. We have stem changing verbs. So stem changing verbs start with querer as our prototypic. So we have like quiere, right? Quiere and quieres. There's also the completion. Now we have the completion of focusing on different verbs. So now we have ad, ed, and ir for traditional ones. So outside of the stem changing verbs, they're contrasted with the 3 classical ones that do not have stem changing, nor are special, right? Nor are special. Then 2004, 2.14 is, I keep saying 2000. We have infinitives with present tense. Something like me gusta me gusta bailar, right? Me gusta bailar, or les gusta escuchar la música, something like that. So you're combining infinitives with present tense. Let's see, 2:15. We're almost there. We're almost there. I don't think we're gonna go over some vocabulary. I was gonna try to go over some vocabulary very quickly. How long did I say I was gonna do this for? Like 2 hours? Okay, we have me gusta, or all versions of the indirect and stad. It probably also encantad. And then de as possession, as opposed to modifier as possession. So like la cartera de mamá, right? De as possession. Oh, okay. Can we slam the rest of this in here? Okay. 216. 216 was special verb. Special verb ir. Right. So voy vas va vamos van, right? Then we have our other demonstrative. Esa versus ese for the genders, and then we also have an exposure to consonant ending genders. So things like what's a good example? Parque, el parque, or like something like la biblioteca, or not biblioteca, what am I saying? La dirección, right? Things that end with son, like la estación, things like that, where there's a tendency for certain consonant endings to have certain genders, and they gave you a table. I actually don't really remember what the examples they have. I just go by case, and eventually you kind of form the feel of like, oh, this feels like an example. Like I just said el parque, right? El parque, but la parte, like la parte is feminine and it ends with an e, so they both end with an e, so probably not those. I think masculines are like el. Do I have an L? Hotel, hospital, probably. Oh, hospital. Sorry, hotel, hospital are typically things that end with L's. Are often masculine, right? And things like ion are feminine most of the time. Case by case, you eventually get it, right? Practice. Then we have quisiera. Did I spell this right? Quisiera. Yeah, quisiera. So masho, right? Masho for the Japanese peeps. Masho, quisiera. The masho form. Yay, and then we have finally nos and le, right? Or less. I don't think we even have less yet. So nos and le, and A plus proper noun. So when you're addressing someone, like someone's name, like you're regarding them, you use an a to mark them, which will fit into the most recent one that we had. But there's also para mí and o para ti. Para ti. Then again, I think this is where we do another estar and ser review. Like, so they went and repeated ser and estar because it's like very, very important. Again, this time now it has like nosotros, right? Nosotros, vosotros, if you're into that. Vosotros, ellos, ellas, and ustedes. Ustedes added to the. So this is more like estamos and vamos, right? Just to include all of the stuff. Then 22, and then this is les. So like les gusta, right? So we got les, and also a mí, and a ti, which is to really emphasize or express that this is regarding you or regarding me or you, etc. And this is a more of a filling situation as well. It's actually kind of funny because in the actual like guide, it says like, oh, you know, it's this and this, and then at the very bottom they're like, or sometimes they just feel like it, right? So it's very self-aware. They're self-aware of this. And then we have more special verbs, conocer, and I think this was the conocer one. And they also did a for person, or person direct object. So when you're talking about any person, like a mama, a papa, you want a, right? But with a few exceptions. There is an exception to this, but we're not covering that yet. And then we have another special verb, tener. So you finally get to acknowledge tener. So this is conozco and tengo, right? The special verbs tend to have like a special exception at the beginning, and tener is extra special because tener actually has a stem change and a first person mix up. We're almost there. Querer. So now we have querer versus amad. So one's casual, one's personal, like personal. And then also these are the ones that require indirect, I don't know what you call these, but indirect subjects in front of the verbs. So like me llama, right? Where you can put indirect objects in front, or indirect subjects. So like me quiero, or not really indirect, I guess they're kind of direct subjects, basically saying who you like, so le quiero, right? Le quiero, te quiero, I like you. And then lastly, our special one was special verbs, hacer and salir. They're special because they're first Well, they don't change their stems in any of them. Ago and salgo, which is like conozco, where they change. And that's it. Or you might be thinking that's it, but yeah, that's all this guidebook stuff. So every guidebook, I imagine all these sound familiar. Like most of these are all familiar to me. So in the long run, when I see them, I'm like, yeah, I get it. Now, how consistent can I do them? It's a bit of a mixed bag right now. So let's see, it's 1 a.m. I kind of, where were we on this? So I don't think I'm gonna go over this stuff here. Like, I think I've talked enough about, does it work? Is it good? Do children learn language? I actually spent like 4 hours one of the recent days talking about this. Maybe I'll bring it up in Wanikani or something. The Wanikani review tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna do all of this again for Wanikani tomorrow. I think so we're gonna skip this. Future plans is gonna roll into my routine, right? But before that, let's do a little bit of. Do we do a little bit of vocabulary? So I didn't write up here what else. So all of this stuff is part of what you learn. Or what you implicitly learn. And then there's vocabulary still. So let's add a vocabulary right here. And the word section is very comprehensive. The word section in Duolingo is very comprehensive. And as of this recording, it is 720. I should write this on a separate thing. Now let's take it to the other one. We'll do a little bit of vocabulary, right? Just to illustrate some stuff. So words. Words are cool. We like words, right? So vocabulary is often a great hallmark by the numbers kind of thing. And the number here we're talking about is a courtesy of the word section. And the word section is quite comprehensive. It's very comprehensive. And how is this comprehensive? This is different. Comprehensive is different from comprehensible. As a clarification, comprehensive as in it includes and counts a lot of things. So it's comprehensive because they count all the conjugations too. This includes gender, plurality, and specials. So what does this number end up being after 34 days? It ends up being 722 words. We can talk about some of these. Let's I have to jot my memory as I go here. So oftentimes there are categories, right? Let's do some categories. We got verbs. Verbs are good. So salir, hacer, dormir, escuchar. I'm just rattling off the top of my head, right? Dormir, gustar, encantar, llamar, conocer, llevar. Wait. Maybe not formally. Maybe not formally. Levantar. Correr. Enseñar. Visitar. Leer. Mm, hablar. Cocinar. Limpiar. Um, llegar. Okay, okay, we got okay. Let's go back up here. I need to keep this completely visible so then I can see what I have. I should have thought about this more systematically. Caminar. Tener. Ser. Estar. Amar. Comprar. Ir. Ver. Poner. Usar. Salir. I don't know why I started with salir. Tomar. Tocar. Hmm. Hacer. Debería hacer. Hmm. Ayudar. Pasar. Pagar. Cantar. No voy a cantar. Uh, Jugar. Cuesta. Costar. Yeah. Probar. Buscar. Oh my goodness. I'm not abrir. Cerrar, I guess. So older, younger. God. God. Did I have Yamad? Is Yamad here? Yeah. Right? Yes. Look. Homer. Totally forgot about Homer. Beber. It just keeps going. Like, what the heck? I feel like I'm missing a lot. Quisiera is a different conjugation. Pantad? Pintad? Oh my goodness. I don't think this is gonna end. How could you possibly remember all these things without... I'm actually quite floored at how many verbs you get in 2 sections compared to like the pace I was going in Japanese. But I have to keep in mind, right? Because I already know almost all of these. Mirad. Bed. That's related. Chad. Bailad. Did I have bailad? No, I don't. Wait. And yeah, no bailad. Test? Test. No, we have try. Nadad. Ibuhad. I'm thinking about arts now. Things you can do. Kored, Hugad. And Salir. Aprender. Entender. But that was kind of only used once. Salimos, comprar. Abrir. Entender. Odd. Oh, vivir. Live. Escribir. What else can I do with write? Is there any other form of writing? No, I don't think so. Right? Cook. Eat. Get up. Son of a bee sting? Get up. No. Levantar is to get up. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, duchad. Duchad. Beard. Do I have BC Todd. Biahad. For visiting? What about... What was riding? Montad. Montad. I'm thinking of transportation now. Clothing. Photos. Color. Oh god. A blood. Wait, do I have study? Estudiar? No estudiar. Poder. Okay. Drink. Disfrutar. To enjoy. What about feelings? I don't think I have recover or jefe, bosses. No, those are feelings. Oh, feelings. Sentir. Aprender. I already have. What is call? Oh yeah, it's just llamar. Vivir, comer, work, trabajar. Hablar, disfruta. Do I have querer? Did I skip over querer? I did. How could I forget querer? I might have written something twice, but we're just going off the top of my head. Estudiar. So, enseñar. What about give? How do I give something? I don't think I have give. Did I write tener? Okay. I think that's a pretty good number, right? Look at this. Like, so you're telling me that in 30 days, some people think this is a short list. I feel like if I had to think about Japanese, right? Oh no, I do know a lot of Japanese. Oh, not like kanji, but yeah, I'm kidding. I know like 300. How many is this? 3, 6. I just say roughly 9, 12, 15. I was trying to line them up. 15, 17. I was trying to write like 20 columns. We'll just say like 60. Yeah, that's barely serviceable. It's wild how fast language runs. Let's do another category that's kind of fun, right? Maybe let's group some nouns together. Mujer, hombre, and we're gonna do them in pairs, right? And then let's do like adjectives. And only do them in pairs. So we have like niño, unless they're like, oh, and chico, we'll do them pairs in that way too. I could use a different color. just to do a little bit. I think it's nice. This is relaxing. This is the part that is nice. Um Maybe like mal, feliz, or contento, which is related to that. Maybe like nervioso, and emocionado. I mean, to contrast some of these, we have enojado. These are all emotions, right? Yes. Enfermo. All right, let's go back to some nouns. We're gonna do like person nouns. What else we got? Maestro. Maestro jefe. Profesor. That's a pretty decent group. Now we have abuelo, padre, madre, papá, mamá, hijos, or hijo. Just lots of family members. Hermano. Then we switch over here. Menor, mayor. Do we have other family members? Nieto. No uncle and aunt yet. Interesting, you know? That's kind of going to be a sticky situation. Yeah, not a lot of family members actually. And I'm largely writing the masculine form. Use your imagination, I suppose, for the feminine one. Unless there's a very feminine one. Oh. Esposo. And then we have a very specific one, marido. No feminine counter yet. Let's do some more adjectives, right? Largo. Yeah, actually, there's no short length yet. So we'll go with alto and bajo. And then, oh, we have like some interesting things like position. A position. Antes. Después. Does it go there? I think. Maybe. Sobre. Debajo. Cerca. Lejos. I was gonna say proximo, but that's not one of them. It's something like proximo, al lado, yes. Aquí, aquí. Okay. Trying to think of other categories. We can do some food. What food do we have in the noun section? Food. Comida. Comida. Pollo. Pollo. Arroz. Ensalada. Jugo. Vino. Vino. I guess bebida. Forgot that I should be separating drinks, but that's fine. Bebida. Not much food to go on, huh? Hamburguesa. Por hamburguesa. Patata. Oops. Patata. And patatas fritas. I'm just gonna say frita. Fine. It's also like fried. Fried is as an adjective too, but it's fine. Manzana. Not a lot, huh? Naranja. Té. Café. Not even soda. Pescado. Carne. Wow. Yeah, not a lot. Okay, I just go over here. We have some more adjectives, right? Sueño. Cansado. Divertido. Whoops. Simpático. Hambre. Sed. Sal. Leche. Azúcar. Calor. Frío. Miedo. Es bueno. I guess we have like phrases. We can do like phrases. Nah, let's not do phrases. It's kind of hard to distinguish between phrases and what's another big group? Some personalities. Oh, professions. I kind of already touch on some of these. I just keep continuing. Noun continued. Médico. Doctor. I don't know. Música. Piano. Guitarra. Ish. Baseball. Football. Tennis. Polígrafo. Periódico. Oh, I missed the... Diario. Libros. Oh, locations. Locations is a big one. Ooh, okay, locations. Here we go. This is where it comes. Pueblos. Ciudad. Universidade. Or Universidad. I don't know why I said dade. Universidad. Casa. Parque. I guess a place would be... Oh no, let's not do that. Estación. Rio. Calle. Oh, I kind of think I had more than that. Oh, we can do like names, right? España. Cuba. The things that are commonly used. Italia. Francia. Things that are commonly used. Alemán. Inglaterra. Oops. Europa. Anywhere else that's really commonly used? Mexico. Claro. Estados Unidos. Estados Unidos. Funny enough, China. Or... Yeah, China. Not Japón. No Japón. It's weird. It's kind of like a weird mix of locations. Decent locations. What else we have? Restaurante. Restaurante. Oh, this that reminds me of more things over here. Camarero. Um, dang it. Ente. Estudiante. Mesa. Plato. Cuchillo. Tenedor. Cuchara? Yeah, cuchara. Vaso. Botella. Just thinking of restaurant. The restaurant really pulled in some nouns. Cuenta. Oh yeah. Aeropuerto. Then I was gonna say kuruma. Kuruma. Carro. I mean, kuruma just sounds like a Spanish word too, you know? It could be car. Who knows? Never know. We have Pedro. Gato. Everything is linked to everything. So occasionally whenever I write something, it reminds me of 6 or 7 other things. Gato. Do we have any other animals? No, not really. No. Yeah, no, not really. We got pájaro, but not really. Okay. Carro. What else? What else we have? Autobus. We have a ship. I'm gonna say dice ship. I mean, I'll know it when I hear it, but I'm not like. Guess we can add avion. Bicicleta. Oh wait, this is position. Wait. Wait. That's position. It's over here. Those are nouns. Old. Old. So train. Carro. Avión. Bicicleta. Autobus. Zapatos. Oh, I forgot clothing. Zapatos. Abrigo. Vestido. Camisa. Camiseta. Pantalones. Falda. Sombrero. Carretera. 700 words and not including all the conjugations. So like, for example, we have about 60 verbs here, right? But technically it's like 60 times 5, right? So that's like 300 words because it's all the conjugations. And then all the things I'm listing now, if they have feminine and masculine and plural forms, they all count. So I'm actually getting pretty close to like 700. I'm actually getting pretty close to 700 if I keep going, because you have to conjugate all of them, or like you have to make them all agree in numbers so they all count when doing that. The things that I clearly omitted are sentence structure stuff. So we should do that too, like pronouns, right? So pronouns. Yo. Tú. Él. Ella. Nos. No vos. Usted. Ustedes. Right. So then all of these, oh, technically, yeah. So these would count as separate entries, right? And then there's like me and me, ti, le, les, and nos again, nobos. And then there's te. And we have su. Tu. Right, su, tu. Me. And then you have like mis, tus, sus. We covered most of them. Oh, and then we have el, the other el, and la, and los, and las, right? And we have a, al, del. I'm thinking of like different parts of the sentence now, like articles and whatnot. And then we already went over some of these things, but then we have like esta, esta, esa. And then you have to remember that they all have plurals as well. We're not gonna write those, but you have to like double and triple a lot of those things. The reason why I write these is because there's also eso or esos, right? Actually, we would have to write these because esos is slightly different, and then estos. Also, we have interrogatives. Let's put it down here. Interos. That sounds so cool. So we have cuando, cual, quién, cuántos, or just cuánto. It's fine. It's unconjugated. Or like it's not agreeing to anything because we're doing them separate. Por qué, and also por qué. Not really interrogative, but this is just gonna fit in here somewhere. ¿Qué? I mean, even like ¿qué tal? Let's see. Where, when, where, oh, donde, where, when, why, how. How the heck do I do? How? Who? How much? What? And then we're gonna add the other stuff too, like pero, but, some conjugations, right? Y, o. This is kind of like, whoops, I'm missing one. That's okay. Oh, como. That's how. And let's see, y, o, pero. Y, o, pero. Oh, where do we place that stuff? Honestly, this isn't really positioned, but we're just gonna add entonces. Oh, actually, you know, entonces is kind of, let's throw it in here. Like, a menudo. Oh man, I just realized we could do like frequency. All right, let's see, frequency. Let's go and like plug it in here somewhere. Just anything dealing with time. Hora, a menudo, siempre, a veces, otra vez, otra vez, temprano, tarde, noche, Todos los días. Todos los días. Cada. Hmm. Oh, I just realized we got more adjectives coming into my forehead. Preocupado. Ocupado. Perezoso. Estudioso. That's a different color, but that's fine. Alright, so ahora as well. Ahora. Mañana. Ayer. We didn't get ayer yet because we're still focused on either present or future. Usually present and future until we get to past. We haven't gotten to past tense yet. Late, early. This also substitutes for afternoon, night. Again, sometimes, always, often. Anything dealing with todos los. Cada mañana. Nunca. That's pretty good. So how are we doing on the 700? On the 700. On? That's a different color. Agua, right? Are we gonna do buenas noches, buenas tardes? Nah. Buenas tardes, buenas noches, and buenos dias. That's fine. Oh, gracias. I guess we do a little bit of phrasing. Just a little bit of phrasing. Phrases. So, buenas. Whoops. Wait. No. There's no tilde there. Buenos dias. No Z's. What am I doing? Buenos dias. Buenos tardes. And oh, I reversed them. It's the other way around. Buenos dias. Oh, no. Jeez, I did it again. Buenos dias. Buenas tardes. Buenas noches. Gracias. Honestly, there's no de nada. I shouldn't write them crooked, or else everything's gonna be crooked. I guess we had K tal down there. So like adios. Hasta luego. Hasta mañana. Hola. ¿Qué pasa? No, I'm just kidding. I don't think they would get ¿qué pasa? Mucho gusto. Mucho gusto. This is gonna go on for a really long time. You're just doing this from memory right now. Lo siento. We'll do this for a little bit longer and then try to get into our future plans. I'm not gonna do the FAQ thing. I think I did quite a lot about it in the beginning and in the end. Talk about some hot takes. I'll save it for another time, I guess. Perdón. Disculpe. Spanish is great. It's pretty amazing how much is retained over the 20 years. Por favor. And we're already getting into our Spanish like shapes already. Like carro. I guess we have de nada. Hopefully. That would make sense. You know, of all the things that I haven't written, we haven't written sí and no. Oh no. Where do we put like... Jeez. It's both a noun and a... Oh, okay. Well... It seems like so much less than 700 words, but even doubling all of them, I still feel like there's more than 700 words. Okay. So we got another form of transportation, right? Taxi. Taxi. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot a verb. Necesitar. Jeez. How did I forget that? Oh no, I have more nouns now because of that. We have teléfono. Celular. It was never ending. Tele. Or televisión, whichever you prefer. Wait. Yeah, that's fine. Transportation. Pasaporte. Oh, now I'm thinking of travel more. Hotel. Oh, now we're going into locations again. Where do we place locations? Up here? Hotel. Hospital. Apartamento. Ugh. Oh boy. Said help. We're out of space. It's down here. Technically, cafe can go in here too. But we already have cafe. Or the drink. Yenda. Oficina. Umi. Just kidding. Oh my goodness. I thought of another one. Reserva. Reservar. Or no. Let's just stick with the noun version. Let's just stick it in here. Reserva. Jeez. Who's here? Reserva. Dinero. Pesos. Peso. Dolor. Dolores. Okay. Dolores. Dolores. The accent's on the first one. I was like, that sounded weird. Boleto. We got more locations, right? When I'm thinking of money, we also have banco. Jeez. Oh, supermercado. Mercado. Supermercado. It goes without saying that you learn you are responsible for a lot of vocabulary in 30 days with that amount of timing that I did. It's pretty wild how much it is. Is this still nouns? Yeah. Persona. Because I did gente. I totally forgot. I totally forgot we can count from 1 to 20. 1 to 25. No, actually 1 to 30. So all those are... We're not going to count. It's fine. Like, let's see. Oh, you know what? Para is a good one. Oh my gosh. Yeah, para is good. So let's just ignore numbers, right? Numbers are so cheap at this point, but it's very important that you know the beginning numbers though. Oh, you know what? Like on de seen. Okay, and then God, I'm out of space. I don't think there's enough space to fit even half the permutations of it. So like queso, sandwich, cheese. Okay. I should be close, right? I feel like I should be close. What else can I remember? Tomato. Oh no, tomato. Tomate. Uh. Inteligente. Interesante. Interesante. I just keep thinking of more things. It's absurd. What the heck, dude? Zoológico. I guess Puerta is a location. It's at the door. I don't know. Just throwing Jardín. Oh my gosh. Stop. And of course, with those locations come more nouns, right? There's more nouns with those, like animal. I don't even have animals, but like animal, mascota, or mascoto. Oops. Mascato. Jardín, planta. Fucking banana. Or even plantain. No. Ventana is ventana, cocina, nevera. Sia. Okay. We're fine. Heckin' playa. Biblioteca. Okay. That was a bit burst. Oh, wait. Wait. Enjoy hot. No. I think we're fine. We're fine. Elegante. Auto. Oh, yeah. Okay, we still got peeps here too, over here. Like novio. Novio. Is grande. Pequeño. I forgot all the colors. Calor. De donde, you know. Donde son calores? Oh, jeez. I mean, the colors are kind of important too. put it in here. What do we have? We have rojo, rojo, azul, verde, amarillo, negro, blanco. I covered most of them, right? Marron. Rosa. Tinto. Okay, that's fine. We're still excluding numbers though. Numbers are kind of important though. Like up to 20, I would say. At least up to 20 for the structure. Right? So let's throw those in. Let's throw those bad boys in. We got uno, dos, tres, cuatro, right, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve. And I just realized all the days of the week. We didn't get months yet, thank goodness. 10. So then we go with once, right? Once, doce, trece, catorce, quince, 17, or 16. Right, 17. Whoops. Ah! I hit the wrong button. About this. 18. 19. And then 20. And then there's actually something different, right? So we have 21, 22, 23. So there's an accent on there. And then 30 and beyond are slightly different from, so you have to actually count all the way up to 30 before 30 reaches a specific format, and then you get to 100. And 100 has a specific format. That's not that bad because it's adding the 100 onto the thing. Then you get to 1,000. So technically, I don't have enough room to fit this stuff, but 20s are important too. And until you get to 30s, then you're fine. I think that's pretty good. Off the top of my head, that's pretty good. Oh my goodness. You know, there are some that are coming to my head and I'm like, how did I miss that? Like, bonito. Perfecto. Right? Perfecto. Familia. What the? I don't even think I wrote familia. Yeah, I don't think so. This is where it is. Familia. My eyes are kind of like glossing over right. Tomorrow we have to do this for Wanikani. Well, but we're not gonna go over Wanikani vocabulary though. So I'm just taking my time now here because Wanikani is SRS. So we're not going over vocabulary for Wanikani. Oh heck no, that's not happening. Ropa, ropa, jaqueta. I think we got camisa and camiseta. Do I have that? No, I don't. So we have gris. Gris for gray. Do I have... So we're thinking of colors, or colors of like... No, we don't. So, caro and barato. Barato. Expensive and cheap. Diferente. 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 Do we have accessories? Sombrero. Gloves? No. No gloves. But cinturón. Belt. Regalo. I don't even know where this goes, but we'll chuck it in here. Demasiado. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Demasiado, muy, mucho. Más. My hand is starting to. So we're gonna probably stop this now at some point. What is another way to express degrees? No, we're fine. We're fine. I think that's good enough. There's probably so much more. Escuela, right? I think I totally forgot school, even though I wrote universidades. Escuela, clase. Examen. Carrera. Carrera. Tarea, not tarea. Tarea. Oh, is it tarea? Tarea. It's tarea. For homework? So when we're thinking about homework, there's also fácil and difícil. Oh my gosh, there's also like pregunta. Now I'm starting to think about school. Some more. Problema is related. Things that I'm not going to write now. Computadora would be one. Computadora, medicina, americano, española, italiano, just inglés in general, mexicano. Ugh. Um, yeah, no, we're done. We're done. We're done. Uh, share volume. Okay, so last thing we're gonna do. All right, now that we've gone over what was the thing? Okay, so we gone over that. I didn't even go over my schedule, so to speak. Okay, so we're gonna quickly go over my schedule and then how that's gonna change, right? Slightly. I don't think we're gonna change too much. All right, so what was it? What were we gonna talk about? So we went by the number stats, some facts, right? Things that happened. We covered that. Some vocabulary, all the grammar points, and then we kind of touched on the third one where stream related things that came up. That's largely talking about the children and the adult thing, and then quality of life, which kind of bled into why I do tentative talks. We're not going to go over is Spanish is easier than Japanese or Chinese or that kind of thing. I think that's low hanging fruit. I thought I might have needed something, and then different interactions with speakers. A lot of the things I talked about with the quality of life dealt with interactions with other people. So we're gonna go into routine and future plans, right? Not too much of a routine. So yeah. So last thing, it's going to be integrated into future plans. So there are things that I do outside, and I called it the routine, right? We already went over the facts. The facts are we complete during stream. So during stream, all the stuff that I'm talking about now during stream is happening. Most of it's happening during stream. So during stream, we're gonna continue. Section 1 and section 2 were marked as A1, right? And section 3 is still marked as A1. I think we're gonna keep playing by ear until we hit where I'm struggling with vocabulary and struggling with conceptualizing some of the structure, right? It's gonna have to get to subjunctive beforehand, and I'm not even sure where subjunctive is. So I'm guessing section 3 is gonna hit at least past tense, and then maybe future perfect down the road, like future progressive, probably progressive comes next, the gerunds, progressive or future, and then there's also past progressive. But at some point, I'm not even sure if Duolingo is going to hit subjunctive. So there is a chance that we're just going to keep cruising along this way. The last section was rated as B1, which I think I place myself in B1 conservatively. Like I would say, if there's anything comfortable, It's B1. So we don't know yet. So for now, stays the same. So this is what we're happening during stream, right? During stream, we start with a recall. A recall in active recall of last unit. And this usually involves what we're doing right now is the routine is that I try to think of isolated keywords. I call them isolated keywords because I don't want to emphasize that they're vocabulary. It's not the same. When I write a word, I'm thinking about all the things that relate to that word, like the usage, how it belongs in a sentence and stuff. Whenever someone says vocabulary, they're thinking, if I say vocabulary, a lot of times people would think like, oh, you only know that word in isolation. Like, it's not the same in Spanish. Spanish is not the same case. Mandarin as well. They're not that. Japanese, maybe. Japanese for sure. Like, if I say a word, I'm like, it doesn't automatically come to me where I would use it in a sentence. But Spanish, very much so. Far more than Mandarin, actually. And then Mandarin more than Japanese. So these are isolated keywords. So when I say gustar, I'm talking about all the grammar as well that's related to gustar. So we do isolated keywords, and then I talk about the podcasts, right? Which the podcasts are on mobile. I cover that. Talk about what was in it or in English, right? And then see if it reminds me of any Spanish phrases that I missed up here. I haven't been very diligent. Originally, I was aiming for 80%. So basically, once we do the isolated keywords, the podcast, usually it's on average 3 podcasts. And then I draw a diagram of the adventure, right? On the mobile. On the adventure on the mobile, where I draw a box and have a little fun with it, talk about what happened in it in order to try to elicit more keywords, right? And then once I've done that, that is the routine for now. And it's only regarding the last unit. So I haven't been doing double stacking and then airing anything because we're blitzing. We're doing 1 unit a day. So we're gonna keep the 1 unit a day up for now. 1 unit a day. Which is absurd for me right now because like what I was doing just now reminds me of how many words. Like I still feel like I missed like 100 or stuff. And I covered almost all the grammar points, but I think there's missing like 20 or 30 grammar points that I could think of. But it has been shown in Duolingo, but they haven't been covered on a guidebook. So I only went over the 34 guidebook points. And those 34 guidebook points roughly equate to 55 grammar things. And 55 grammar things, also that includes conjugation tables or special verbs and stuff, which entirely is multiplicative. When you think of a special verb and they start covering special verbs, you have to think back that all the units also have to retroactively use those special verbs. Like the moment they show conozco and hago and salgo, then you still need ango and the other irregulars that have first if they prove it. So they are very methodical about this, which is great. I actually think Spanish, I can see where it was tough to address Eastern language like Japanese and Chinese, because the model that they have that they're like trying to fit Japanese and Chinese in, like you're building a thing and it worked really, really well, I think, for Spanish and English, right? And then you're iterating on the design as opposed to trying to come up with something that's inconceivably, incoherently esoteric compared to your formed piece. And I totally understand now why people talk about the reductive criticisms where like, oh, this is just a Spanish version approach, and then they just wedge Japanese and Chinese in there. Listen, if you're going to make a product and your customer base is going to say, oh, this is so inconsistently obtuse, and then at the same time, those customers are likely going to also say this product is inconsistent while also desiring it to be consistent. So when I think about this in the long run, in retrospect, which I was going to talk about comparing Japanese and Chinese experience, which I'm not going to have enough time because my voice is really wrecked and I need to be able to do this tomorrow for Wanikani. I can definitely see how they stuck to their guns and they try to slowly take the design that they have, which I think is actually working really fantastic for Spanish. It's actually, I'm gonna say this as a slight hot take. If high school students were charged to use Duolingo for their elective in ninth grade to 12th grade, I think it will blast past the formal education, at least, like, in my opinion, on average, largely because of the modern society today. It might not work as well in a society where like people didn't have smartphones and all that stuff. So this is after the fact, right? And it's not because formal education, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that this works better for the reasons that people think it works better. I'm saying that the engagement is incredibly high, the accessibility is incredibly high for high school students who have very, very flexible schedules. Now, the question is, does Duolingo compete with all of the other choices that kids can make? In this case, yes, it probably can for Duolingo's thing. That's why I didn't say Babbel, or I mean, I don't have that much experience with them, but on surface, when I think of Pimsleur and whatnot, it's like that's adult oriented. It's quite adult oriented. In this case, this is pretty sweet for Spanish, right? I'm confining it to Spanish because I'm remembering what I learned, how I go about it when I was in high school, and maybe I'm a fringe case, but I liked my Spanish class. I really did, and to the point where I took Spanish as an elective in college, and that was just used casually. Like it didn't like fit into my like career or anything, but and I retained most of this stuff. And Duolingo, that's like 30 days. Like I do spend more time on Spanish than this. And it's really difficult because at the time you have to juggle all the other classes. In high school, maybe not as much. In college, you had to juggle even more classes, at least in my opinion, in my case. So it's pretty nice. It doesn't quite work for Japanese, Chinese, and I totally understand where it's coming from. However, honestly, I wasn't going to expect them to completely uproot their design that balances first and foremost the engagement first, or prioritize it, not even balance, but prioritize it at the expense of content, right? Like the appropriate content. So it's definitely a growing pains. I can definitely see why now when I think about seeing what's available in Spanish, yeah, that's a far cry. But it's quite good on Spanish. I haven't completed the Japanese Duolingo course, but it's gonna be a weird contrast because I don't know how I'm gonna do it right now. Anyways, that's here. We do the adventure. I draw like a schematic and I talk about it. Eventually, I'll probably just throw in Spanish words here and there. So the goal now for the future, right, in this particular segment, I want to adhere myself to at least a 80% plus. So what I do is after we're done with this active recall, I check the words section. And the words section in the Spanish Duolingo is incredibly comprehensive. It's almost inflatedly comprehensive. As in, there's an entry for every single conjugation and gender. And the downside to that is there's no quick listing or filtering or anything. Like, verbs aren't on a separate list. And like, certain objects are not there. It's not searchable. It's literally one contiguous, like, so long of a thing. So it's not extractable or categorizable. So you just gotta know. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna leverage that. So I don't have to do the Japanese thing and the Chinese thing that I did, where I would manually take notes, write all them out, stamp them, and then after 50 or so days I would like go through them and try to recall them. I don't have to do that anymore. At that point though, that also means I'm less likely to remember them if they're new. So until we keep hitting very new words, what I'm going to try to do is strive for 80%, but have a primary focus on new words. Right? I'm using the new words as in new-ish, so unfamiliar words, and I want to really prioritize them. I've been really lackadaisical. Like, for example, what's a new word? I didn't even write breakfast, dinner, and lunch. Desayuno, almuerzo, and cena. Right? Those are familiar, but there was one word like marido. Marido is not familiar to me, so I'm prioritizing them. So we're gonna try to keep that. And how we're gonna do it is we're gonna cross-reference. So after we do this, the active recall, this is the current routine that I have that's on top of Duolingo. We check word, look at what is missed, and we continue, right? And while we continue, then we go through the one unit, right? We go through the one unit, we complete the unit by legending it. So as much output as I can to reinforce something in a given time. And basically we're going through this whole thing right here. This, everything that's in blue and here. So we're going through all of this next, right? With legend. And then at the end of the day, right now what I do then is I look at what the podcasts are. So I go over, look at what the podcasts are that I'm going to do in the evening, and plus the one adventure. This is usually the standard format. Occasionally there's only 2 podcasts, and occasionally there's no adventure, right? We already talked about how they can vary a little bit. So that's for the evening. And then occasionally for the evening, I would do events like every 3 days. Right, so this is for the mobile version, right? And then we rotate back to it the next day, and then we talk about again the podcast, the adventure, the events, and the isolated things, and then we bootstrap back into the comprehensive. And we're gonna continue that with the unit. Now, what I'm going to do, oh, excuse me, sorry about that. In this active recall, while I'm doing these things, we're probably gonna start inputting in Spanish vocabulary. So primarily for the sake of redundancy. So I'm going to end up already gonna start speaking hybridly, right? We're gonna start doing hybridization. Basically, sometimes I'm like, yeah, there were a lot of mujeres in el parque, right? and now that person is looking for, and I'm gonna throw in keywords here and there because we're already at that stage for Spanish. In fact, sometimes I don't even process myself, like just weaving in and out of Spanish words and English words. So there's gonna be about a bunch of Spanglish, I guess. Spanglish is gonna happen. We're already at Spanglish. Okay. That's probably something that we're gonna move into. It's a full thing. Like, it's surprisingly packed. So I don't know when did I started doing all this, but it's pretty packed for the month, and I can see this being occupy me pretty convincingly for the next month. So not much to talk about when it comes to the future. For the future, by future I mean we're going to do this until the end of section 3, probably section 3, and check. And one of the checks are going to be another tentative talk, right? Or tentative takes here. And I don't remember how many sections. Section 3, check. Section 3 has 28 days, 28 units. So that'll put us really close to the next 60 days, right? Almost right on top of day 60. Then we'll check again. And mostly I'm going to look at the readouts. Am I still maintaining 80%? Right? In terms of like keywords. And probably looking at looking for like stray grammar stuff. Grammar maintenance is okay. How would I'm still gonna have a hard time grammar maintenance. I think this is gonna be playing by ear. If it's a very core foundational grammar thing, I would slow down for the next one. So I'm probably gonna focus a lot more on this in the coming sections. Yeah, not much to say. Not much to say that I've already said. I even said a little bit about the Chinese and Japanese comparison. Yeah, really packed. I like it. Honestly, it might be a little too much. Like, I actually think they can streamline this. Yeah, there might actually be too much things going on right now. Too many things. It's kind of less focus. But I kind of get how that's appealing. For myself, I rarely have chance to collect my thoughts, which is good for now. I haven't collected many of my thoughts. Oh, you know what? Let's talk about some of these thoughts, right? On the routine. Why do I think this is okay in the long run? For myself, usually, for the Japanese thing, so we're gonna compare it a little bit. So some comparisons. Why do I have a lot less adjustments to like the Japanese course and the we'll just do the Japanese course because the Chinese course is even less, right? The Japanese course. One phrase, variety is the spice of life. Right? Variety. And they've done a wonderful job. Unlike Japanese, which it would have to become substantially more popular in order to vigorously encourage them to right, sorry, monetization and all that. So variety is wonderful because in terms of Spanish you have again a constant mix of traditional prompts. So the core prompts, we're going to say core prompt format, and then another form, and then back to core prompt. And even within the core prompt, they exceed Japanese's core prompts. So like in the core prompt, there is typing mandatories. That only happens at the beginning at the reviews. So there's typing mandatories already. So you don't even have to obligate yourself to typing. And occasionally, and I think it might change soon, the prompt, there's also response prompts. Using response prompts, but although rare, using typing, which is interesting. I really like that. So typing is mixed in there in the prompts, so that's great, on top of your dialogues and stuff. And what's another variety? Stories are regulars as opposed to Japanese, which you have the 10 and I'm like kind of like coincidentally in the middle of it, and the 3 that I know in Japanese, they were in Spanish. So it's kind of fun to hear the Spanish version that correlates with the Japanese one, right? There's slight differences. I'm not sure if since Japanese is added way after, I'm not sure if it's the same thing, right? Because for these stories, I think those are either voice actors or they personally curated them, because they are not the synthetic voices. And it's fantastic way to normalize the vocabulary sounds. Like the voice actors are incredibly articulate. Right, articulate, as opposed to there are some concerns, right? For the synthetic voices, sometimes things get cut off, endings get mushed together. 2 words sound like 3 words together, but not in the way that you're thinking, where like, oh, it was too fast, that's why they were all together. No, it's like 2 sounds get mushed together sometimes, and some sounds get lost in between. That's a growing pains thing. I think I'm okay with that. And also, you know, we have podcasts, and those podcasts, and I'm referring to a different, for now I'm referring to the synthetic ones, right? The synthetic ones presented as a podcast. The synthetic stuff is unemotional, it's detached, right? So this also goes to adventure as well. However, the nice thing is both of these provide context in dialogue. Not context in reading, but context in dialogue. And while there's no emoting nature of the personalized curated stories, it is a well different type of input than the core prompts, right? The core prompts are complemented by these 3, and then even so much so that this is also complementing the synthetic voices. So there's a lot going on here. It's wild. Coming from like the Japanese course, is wild how varied it is. And of course the Japanese course had these things on the mobile with like the events and stuff, but I'm doing the star tasks. I'm doing the star task and the events now on Spanish, and that increases my speed. So I'm also speed training now. So on top of all this, I have a normalization for sounds whenever it's provided, every unit, at least twice over or 3 times over. I have 2 forms of synthetic context in dialogue. Granted, they're synthetic voices, so you have to normalize their detachment, but I can use my imagination. Like, I know it's extra work for other people and they don't want to do it. In my opinion, están perezosos, right? Just saying. But you imagine what it would sound like for yourself. And then the personalized practice and the core prompts are functional. They're very functional. Meanwhile, they balance between typing the inputs with partial completion. You can choose to completely type everything. I am not going to do that. It will take a very long time, and my hands are not that great at constantly typing and writing. So we're not going to type everything, but you can still choose to do that. In fact, they even have an option in the Spanish one to make it harder or easier for those things. It's just kind of weird, like, interesting enough. So I'm also speed training, so reading is very, very fast, like exceptionally fast, and listening is already gone to the point where I'm like summarizing the stuff, and that's to my detriment. So these prompts are actually kind of helping me out for like trying to listen, as regardless of how unnatural these prompts are. Like, if you think they're really robotic, that's fine. Like, honestly, people speak a lot better. So, and the people that I talk to sometimes make these bots sound like they're like speaking in high speed. So I'm okay with that. Mix and match, right? The stories are fantastic to help you normalize. Lots of mixed bags, but what happens is you get a lot of variety. It's intentionally very variety forward. What more can I say? All the stuff that I talked about is actually absent in Japanese, outside of like maybe enforcing typing, right? Other than that, even the core prompt sets do not include certain things, right? They do somewhat here and there where there's like response and multiple choice, but it's not that well developed. And I didn't even talk about the other thing. Occasionally, they also include a grammar, conjugation, grammar related and conjugation stuff as an extra set, and that gives you to brush up on stuff like estar, ser, all the conjugation tables. Pretty neat. I kind of expected the conjugation tables and the verb things to be in a separate category or something, kind of like a kanji section, where they were like, oh, you can practice conjugation if you want, but no, they're holding your hand through all of it. It's pretty wild. If this is what is useless, if this is what's hear me out, this is more of a comment on better things if better. If people are telling me that, which I actually may want to hold my breath on this one, when someone tells me like, oh yeah, but Dreaming Spanish, right, is so much better than this, and my only thought is Dreaming Spanish is different from this. Like, I can't emphasize that enough, where if someone is telling me when they watch me use Duolingo and stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, this is better than this, they're different than this. I actually don't think many current apps that want to compete with Duolingo would go about doing their apps like this. With that said, there is one app that is quote unquote going to be released that presumably said that they solved everything and do everything that Duolingo can't and preserve all that stuff. I forgot what it's called. It even has a name that is a pun off. I forgot what it's called, but more on that maybe in the future. But what I'm gonna say is, no, I think this is incredibly wonderful in the way that they're going about it. As in, it's different. Like it or not, it's different. It's isolated. And it's to the point where they've invested so much into it that it's one of those things like, do you want to replace your Windows operating system? I mean, there's obviously better there's quote unquote better operating systems that have less features but more streamlined things for you, or you stick with the workhorse and you make it work because despite all of its idiosyncrasies, the flagship things are so busy. It's almost busy to detriment, like Windows OS to some extent, right? And whenever someone tells me something is better, it's rarely hardly a point of comparison. It's better because it's different for most people. Like when you look at Dreaming Spanish, it's CI. It's comprehensible input. Duolingo is not that. Like what I mean is it's comprehensible input full stop with immersion. It's not that. So whenever someone says, oh, this is going to be better, it's like, well, I'm going to agree with you. It's different. And it's probably going to be better because I'm used to Duolingo and not to Dreaming Spanish, ironically. So things that are different after a long time is very refreshing. And I totally understand that. Maybe one day I could get like a free pass and a guarantee that I can participate and share that experience. Otherwise, maybe one day I'll personally go and do it in the privacy of off-stream activities because I cannot stream those things. So in the future, there will be not a comparison to Duolingo unless otherwise being available. Maybe Babbel. I actually looked up like, can you get lifts on Fair Share or something by being affiliated, right? Temporarily affiliated with it. So things like Babbel and like Lingo Knots or whatever, Zoom Space Rocket, Language Rocket, or Rocket Launch, those various ones, they do have programs. So that could be fun. You could apply for it, maybe do it for a month and see. But I don't think when people talk about something that's better, they're really emphasizing that it's different and it somehow suits them more. It's shocking. After doing, this is the epitome, right? This is the flagship language. And after doing all this for a month, it would be an incredible disservice to say that, oh, you can just substitute Dreaming Spanish, for example. I haven't even used Dreaming Spanish. And you can say that you will have the same experience on Duolingo. That's not true. That's like absolutely objectively not true. It's like kind of saying you want your I don't know, you want your pizza with pineapples and then you want your pizza with anchovies. Like, one's better than the other. It's like, okay, you could decide if it tastes better to you, but they are fundamentally different things at this point. They look like pizzas, like, but then you go and ask someone who cares about their pizza, I suppose, and you're like, what are you talking about? These are two different things. I wouldn't even call one thing a pizza, for example. That's kind of how I feel about these. So, that's another hot take that I encounter frequent. Like we're still, I guess we're talking about like let's quickly do some rapid fire FAQ stuff, right? FAQ stuff. When something when something is better than something else, right? That's a very common thing to ask or suggest. What are you comparing? And how are you reading it out? It's not to say that I can't defend those people. I can most definitely defend those people. But I think it's far fairer to demonstrate the logic, the fallacious logic that's behind the glass of like rose-colored goggles for your new pet thing, right? Whether something is bad or good does involve a metric that can be comparable, a readout that can be comparable, but the experience is also worth a double take, largely because on the one hand, you're fundamentally doing something on the other hand. So yes, it's very easy, almost to a fault, to say one is better than the other because they are so different that they're incomparable. Right? You're like, for example, you're saying, okay, man, you're just grinding context sentences. You're just grinding simple sentences, and then it's just grinding into vocabulary. And suddenly you're like, oh, here, over here, you're implicitly trying to actively figure out words that are haphazardly thrown in based on a topic that you're interested in. It's so far removed that you can say you should try this. It's a different experience, in my opinion. Um, so when someone has suggested dreaming Spanish a couple times already, and it's disappointing that I can't do it unless I get the go ahead. I mean, um, if the dreaming Spanish person or dev or anyone would be interested, they might as well make an open letter to anyone who wants to be sponsored by them to have a sponsor spot so that they don't get pursued for like copyright infringement or whatnot. But as far as I looked at, things like dreaming Spanish or any form, a large majority of comprehensible input champions and immersion champions. Um, they are personal use things. They actually farm and double dip their own content on YouTube, which makes it harder and harder to use that stuff. So, it can trigger any type of copyright, largely because the footage that I'll be looking at will be identical to the footage that YouTube algorithm runs on to pick up fair use case charges. Now, I would be far more impressed, in my opinion, and believe in the developers of their well-being if they lifted and had an open declaration clause that said this was to submit to public domain and allow content creators to iterate on it without limitations. I doubt that's true for people who are already structuring their business model over making their own videos, double posting them on YouTube and on their website. And then when you use their app, it increases the traffic to their YouTube channels. Like, I'm not trying, I guess this kind of sort of sounds like an ad hominem argument, but I'm not saying their character is corrupted or not. I can't do it because of that. And it's a very pragmatic way to run a business. it would be interesting if they do pursue that. I think, in my opinion, there are a lot of things that are gleamed towards design quite a bit, and people talk and recommend things not based on design. They talk based on whatever works. So if Duolingo works for you, you would defend it vehemently. If Dreaming Spanish works, you would defend it vehemently. Or if you like edgy things and not popular things, you pick the lesser of the two, like less popular of the two, that kind of thing. Those are where I think the comments are coming from. But for me, it's inconceivable that one could easily and so full-heartedly say, oh yeah, this is better than the other, when I'm expecting a comparable metric, right? So this is what's another one under this topic is Spanish. Is Spanish easier than Japanese and Chinese, right? I kind of talked about this a little bit. And we're not talking about Duolingo anymore. People asked if Spanish is easier than Japanese and Chinese, and someone who thinks they know me, which they really don't because they keep talking at me most of the time instead of listening, they spoke for me, and it was a comment that was made during Spanish, and they said, like, of course Spanish is easier than Japanese and Chinese. He speaks English, and Spanish is easier for an English speaker. I think the difference here is, first of all, we have to qualify easier. Most of the things I do, I try not to make it easy on myself. So not only is this coming from a wrong mind, like a different mindset because people don't understand me, I focus on the process. So if something is inherently, let's just say I accept the premise that because I speak English, certain languages are going to be easier than other languages. I accept that premise. That's perfectly fine. I totally get it. However, that's dependent on goal-oriented things. So in order to make this comment, people are thinking about the goal, as in, okay, how far is English from Spanish, and how far is Spanish from Japanese, or English from Japanese? And they argue, okay, English is really far from Japanese. There are a lot of like objective things that makes it harder. It's like, I agree with that. But you're asking me if I think Spanish is easier than Japanese or Chinese. And that is where it gets hairy, and I will continue to answer this question this way for many comparisons that deal with difficulty. Process-oriented thinking is the key word for me. I normalize all the difficulty. I normalize difficulty. But I don't really think of it as hard or easy. I do as much as I can to engage myself sustainably without overexhausting myself, because I work on the moment. What does that mean, normalize difficulty? If whatever I'm doing is easy, I will know that I am working less. So I find ways to work harder. Hard enough that I find it rewarding to learn. Because if I don't work hard enough, then I rarely learn very much. It's less challenging. So the funny thing here is Spanish is no harder than Japanese. It's no easier than Japanese either. So is Spanish being to Chinese or any language for that matter. I work as hard as I can so that I'm properly providing enough effort input in those. Spanish can be as hard as you want it to be. Right? You can make it as hard as you want it to be. Japanese and Chinese, you can make it as hard as you want to be. Now, if you were talking about the relative position to a goal, certainly you can make the agreement that there's so much more you have to cover between English to Japanese, to like whatever that lofty goal at the end is. But in the moment, I'm working as hard as I could, about similar amounts, in my opinion, across all three languages. Because if I don't work that hard, I'm not going to be rewarded with learning. So yes, if Duolingo makes the thing very easy, I'm going to deliberately work even harder to normalize my work ethic. So when someone goes around and say, oh, I'm just looking for the easiest way to learn Japanese, we're not seeing eye to eye anymore. I'm looking for the most engaging and sustainable way to learn Japanese with the flexibility of making it as hard as I need it to be. Not the other way around. So if you're around and you're looking for the easiest thing to do, then you're already struggling to work hard. And I totally get that there's a diminished return here. Like, you could be working in a bad way, right? That's the argument. That's the rebuttal against what I'm saying now. You can work in a bad way, so you're just working hard to waste your time. And my thought about that is that's a possibility. I agree with you. However, for me, when I work hard, I tend to reflect on it. And when I reflect on it, I have opportunities to improve it over time and naturally come to something that may not look like the way you're going about it. Like, I want to discover that working hard is giving me diminished return. So is Duolingo giving diminished return on Spanish right now? Absolutely not. Unless you're telling me learning 730 words in a month with only 20 minutes of input is something insignificant. Because the last time I checked, people said that you don't learn anything you're not responsible or learn anything in 15 minutes a day on Duolingo. The other times, I'm just outputting. Like, you don't count those times. You output them whenever you want. You could even skip it if you want. Just do the top thing and you're like, oh yeah, I'm so good. Just skip to the next unit. Like, I'm flabbergasted by how someone would have such a warped conception of how much is hard and how much is easy. And hear me out. That's probably because when the goal is farther, they want to make larger strides. So let's do a little fun little mental experiment. So say someone views as goalposts. This is what they think of Spanish. Right? And then this is where they think Japanese is. And that's how they view difficulty. So you can quantify how different Spanish is from English. I just put it in the middle. It's not drawn to proportion. And in Japanese. So when someone says, oh yeah, okay, I also learn Japanese and Spanish. So that means if I want to get to here, and then they would think of an arbitrary time, like in 2 years. Of course, they would say easily that Spanish is in 2 years time is easier because you take less leaps, right? I'm drawing these because I would do this. I would periodically evaluate myself, but that big leap is what people see, at least the people that I talk to, who says like something is easier than something else. This is how I see it, where I see many small steps towards something, right? And when you do this, in my opinion, this little thing right here, at this step right here, this goalpost might actually move over here. When you get here, this goalpost might shift over. And by the time you get here, Spanish might be on top of Japanese. Because natural language does not have a cap in one's mortal life, at least in my opinion, for mastery. So what happens is you think Spanish is easier than Japanese, but then you start watching videos and comments about native speakers and Japanese speakers talking about, oh well, Japanese doesn't have this, so this is why Spanish is harder, or Spanish don't have these, that's why Japanese is harder, etc., right? Because lots of times people are thinking about mastery. But when it comes to mastery, this goalpost, it doesn't even exist in like concrete terms. You're moving it. You're the person that's either moving it or putting it somewhere. So for me, what can I do? I can work as hard as I can that I can manage for the languages I care about. So and it takes time. It takes time. Like right now, if I had to take a guess, I'm working the hardest. If I had to put it in like on a Likert scale, right? On a Likert scale, this being hard and this being easy, since I'm using these words now, Japanese is probably like here. Chinese is here. And Spanish is here. And when I mean hard, I mean this is unsustainable. And this is, I'm not learning anything. Very different perspective, right? If something is too easy, I understand myself, and I personally would agree. I personally would be conservative and say I understand other people. When things are too easy, you actually learn less. It's the balance between ease, the perception of ease, and hard, because most things that are unfamiliar with to you are hard. Things you never do, things you avoid are hard. You don't know anything about them when it comes to learning. That person that you dislike and you decide not to talk to them, that's hard. Go talk to them. That is a hard task. It's unsustainable as well. So like, if I try to talk to everyone that hates me, that's a hard task. And I would learn a lot from it. It's also unsustainable. So for me, I usually try to say, okay, well, I'm working so much time and I have so much time. I want to move my Spanish a little up. And then maybe I'll scale my Japanese back a little. So then I have a kind of an equal distribution. Or I can deliberately do it this way. I could deliberately start with something that I'm having the most difficult time with, slow this scale down. That kind of sounds like a fitness program where you drop set down and still continue to make progress towards something, right? So that's kind of what I mean. When you're working out, for example, when you're working out, I work as hard as I can without injuring myself. You're working harder, but in a disciplined way. So when someone goes around and say, oh, I can't do this, it's too hard. It's like we're not in the same sphere of mindset anymore. Like, you tackle a hard problem at your pace because you're choosing, and we're talking about choice here. So if someone says, oh yeah, you're probably not going to learn this language, it's too hard for you, I'm like, no, it's not. You make it as easy as you can, or you make it as hard as you can. It's intellectual, so grade it to you. So this constant bickering or constant like competition about on the internet about language learners competing and comparing and constantly contrasting, my thought is, you're a language learner. Learners dictate how hard or easy something is to them. You work with the adult, mature experience that you make it as hard as a way it's part of your discipline, right? Unless, one big asterisk, and I talked about this earlier, if you are inexperienced and you have no idea what is hard, what your competency level is, you do not self-evaluate, you don't think about reflection and evaluate yourself as an adult, then I can understand why it is very easy for you to pick up something and you're like, oh yeah, that's better than that thing. Oh yeah, this is better than that thing. Oh, this can do better than that. And like, you can't know that. Like the way you're saying it, it doesn't explain anything. Like, oh, this will work better than this. Like, how so? Did you use both of them to an extent that allows you to evaluate them, or do you go around saying whatever works for you is better? Because for me, that doesn't mean very much. Not that I'm saying other people, like, it will work for other people. I'm pretty sure when you talk to a room of people who work with their intuition and learn based on their intuition, specifically just in their intuition, you probably can connect with them. But for myself, I've answered many comparative analyses. Like, what do you think is a better tool? Or do you think this is worth it? And whatnot. I think a lot of those questions I cannot answer. Like, in general. Unless you're my friend, we talk a little bit. We talk about your value system. But even then, I have friends that I talk to who don't even understand their own value system. Like, they're still discovering it at like mid-20s and later. They're making comparative analyses where it's clear as day that they're not comparable, but at the same time, they're willing to forgo it by feeling it, vibing, if you will. You vibe out comparisons nowadays, right? And that saves, well, the nice thing, you know, one of the biggest pro is it saves a lot of time when you vibe out comparisons. If you're asking me for my, like, opinion and whatnot, right, specifically mine, yeah, like, hard and easy is, before you do something, is presumptuous and very, very avoidant. Now, is it worth doing things inefficiently to find out that it's inefficient, right? To me, if you're asking me, yes, absolutely, because you could choose to make it more efficient knowing that it is inefficient. That is a different skill. That's called optimization. Optimizing things is something I think, I want to take a ballpark, more than 50% of anyone who's raised on the internet, so we'll just say Gen Z, more than 50% of Gen Z do not know how to optimize things. And what I mean by that is not that they can't optimize things. They haven't learned to want to, and or participated in optimizing things. So even then, if you take those people, those are likely also the people who make comments about how to improve things without actually even problem solving anything. So, like, for example, what's a great way to fix Duolingo? Like, what's a great fix for Duolingo? Add more grammar points. Okay, let's just say that's a good idea, right? Meanwhile, and I caught this multiple times of someone, that same person would suggest a tool that doesn't focus on grammar. So that's kind of weird. And multiple times, actually. And they suggest it because they liked a tool that did not focus on grammar. And then as their argument for why it works, they suggest that it's because Duolingo does not have grammar explanations. That's kind of how I feel about vibing comparisons. It blows things out of proportion. Like, for example, let's hyper focus on this like thing about comparing languages. You can make a case for pretty much anything if it doesn't exist and it's uncomparable. I forgot, someone made a comment about this earlier where they were making a fun quote where someone said, if you can prove your axiom to be false, then anything follows. So for example, Duolingo sucks because they don't have native speakers on their prompts. So then you go find a product that has native speakers, and you can make a cogent argument for anything because your premise is already fallacious in comparison. Right? What's not there is not comparable. Like, if that's the form of your basis of how you measure things, then how do you measure things in the first place? It's absurd to me where you take apples and oranges comparisons as opposed to even starting with things you can compare. And that's probably what Chinese and the whole language controversy and stuff is like, oh, okay, so English is going to be harder. I mean, Spanish is going to be harder for an English speaker because, or Japanese is going to be harder for an English speaker because kanji doesn't exist in Spanish. And Spanish uses the same characters that English do, so you don't have to learn another entire like kanji, right? You don't have to learn kanji in order to read Japanese. Like, okay. But kanji is separately identifiable from Spanish or from English. So when you learn kanji, it becomes incredibly segregated from English. Meanwhile, in Spanish, you're making constant spelling errors because Spanish words are close to English words. And those would be the same people who later complain that the same, very similar things are very difficult to remember, but the things that are very different are easy to remember. And yet make the same case that Japanese is harder because it's very different from English. That's a cyclic argument if I've ever heard one. Maybe even a cognitive dissonance thrown in. So for me, actually, it was incredibly refreshing not to use the English alphabet for Japanese and Chinese. In fact, the first time I was able to finally use and read the reads, I used it every day. Like, I mean, like, I'm retroactively trying to incorporate Odomaji for keyboard typing and Pinyin for Chinese because that's very useful to bridge the language. So, those are things that are comparable. The logic behind things that are similar being easy and things that are hard being different is fallacious. It's incredibly fallacious, especially when it comes to language at a later stage. But you wouldn't get to know that. You wouldn't get to know that if your eye is on mastery, right? Along this line, right here, what is the most common things I hear people talk about? Oh yeah, these things are way too similar, so they're kind of hard. Like, they're just way too similar. That you don't think that happens with languages that are really similar to each other? It is as hard as you make it. If you think different things are easy, then you can probably find ways to make the different things easier to stick out. If things are very similar, then you can make it as hard as possible to figure out what the difference is between similar things. So I think it's actually very, very self-defeating in a way when someone says, yeah, I can't learn Japanese because it's too different from English. I'm like, I think because it's so different from English, you can probably leverage that. However, if you're an adult stuck in your ways and you don't like learning new things or approaching learning methods differently like myself, then yeah, it's going to be a tough road, and maybe pick a language that is similar to English. Not easier or harder to say. It's easier and harder from the perspective of what you know now. It's not easy or harder from the perspective of what you will know when you're doing it. So when someone says this is harder than that, this is easier than that, in my opinion, it often comes from a position of incompetence, which, I mean, it sounds like an insult, but I'm not really. This is an apathetic state of fact. When you choose a language to learn, you are incompetent in the comparison. You are relying on other people's perception in retrospect. So when someone says this is easier than that, or it's a quantifying of the goals. In the moment, in my opinion, it is very irrelevant how hard or easy you work, because the easier you work, you tend to learn less anyways. So if you think something is too easy and you're learning really well, and you truly are, then you make it harder and you become more efficient that way. So that's an interesting thing. It's self-correcting. So I'm not saying this is a panacea for everything, but the way I think about process-oriented thinking is self-correcting. You're trying to self-correct yourself. That also involves making mistakes, and then how to solve them. So problem solving. It involves things like writing down observations, doing this, what I'm doing now, doing this. This is the whole basis of why I'm doing this. Not because it simplifies things for other people. It's a secondary thing. So the second goal of this, people like summaries. They like generalizations, right? And nowadays, shorts, low effort entertainment. And what I mean by low effort, I'm talking about from the point of view of the consumer, the viewer. I like low effort entertainment. Make a deck builder that teaches me Japanese. Take my money. Right? Make a deck builder that is so fantastically novel, like Slay the Spire, and it teaches me Japanese at the same time. Take my money. I like low effort entertainment if it exists, right? Because what happens, in my opinion, is when you find something that is low effort, that means you have the flexibility. You have the flexibility of making it harder. Now, isn't that great? It doesn't work the other way around, in my opinion, unless you're really into the sink or swim thing. But for me, I like something I can enter and adjust upward. If I enter from the other direction, like enter from it being too hard, like, I don't know, from soft games, sometimes people like that. You know, you jump in the deep end, you slap yourself, you hate yourself, and then suddenly it comes out rewarding. Kudos to those people. I'm not one of those people. I go in, if I go in really hard, then I'm gonna crash out. Like, nah, this is not for me. Like, you aim high, it's difficult to adjust in the meantime. I can risk injury, burnout. Like, for example, going into a bench press, knowing that I can't bench press that much, and then suddenly thinking that today I'm just gonna get lucky, I'm gonna put in my all, and I'm just gonna survive it. No. It's like taking a bat to the face and hoping that it doesn't hurt, because it's not going to be hard. That kind of thing. You know that it's going to be hard. So if someone's selling you a product that's hard, it's like, yeah, it's not that great, right? When was the last time a language learning app said, oh, we're going to make this really, really hard, and they sold a lot of subscriptions? They're going to advertise it's really, really easy. But the thing is, the moment I get my hands on that easy thing, I'm going to work as hard as I can with the easy thing. Because if I don't apply myself, tools lessen the barrier of entry. But then you have to work hard. And I got some controversy and some pushback from someone that I spoke to for some time now about that. It's still attentive, due discipline, and the input of effort. Some people would disagree with me on this, and that's fair enough. I think they probably have very cogent rebuttals, but for myself, that's how I keep myself improving. You don't improve by lessening what you do. You improve by improving the efficiency and making even more improvement. Like, you're going beyond what you've done before. So if Duolingo is becoming stagnant, which it clearly isn't, because I still have no idea how to refine this, because there's so much things going on. If Duolingo is still stagnant, then I'm not actively engaged. I'm still actively engaged in Duolingo. However, if, say, or for the meantime, someone is gonna say, then Dreaming Spanish is going to work really well, right? No, it's not. Because Dreaming Spanish, based on, again, this is all presumptions, not as well as you think. And this is presumptions. I haven't used it, and I don't think I'm going to be able to stream it anyways. So my thought about Dreaming Spanish is that it is a great tool for people who want to learn Spanish that think everything is hard about Spanish. Like, it's the hardest language. Like they can barely learn Japanese, so they're going down to Spanish because it's easier. So then when they learn Spanish, maybe they have the confidence to learn Japanese because they heard maybe there's some relationship between Spanish and Japanese, which there is to some extent. That's great. That's probably a product for you. Now, when I see the product, I see curated, prescribed content that they made, also double dipping on their YouTube channels and all their affiliate content creators or something. So they're double dipping on that. So the moment I can think about it is, if it is the content that I like, then I'm probably going to be disinterested in it pretty much, because it's going to be easy and I'm not trying to really hard to understand something, right? So I'm going to end up splashing watching other content, applying that method though, applying their method. So I'm probably going to extract their method and start paralleling it with things that I have to learn in the process as well. So it would be less like using what I'm paying for, likely. Like the content itself, I'll probably extract this method and probably have less engagements with the content. And here's the other flip side. That content could be completely irrelevant for me, and it makes it very hard. So therefore, I'm not gonna, like, again, hitting hard. I can be up for that challenge and try. The idea here is I can see a lot of scenarios where dreaming Spanish is not good or not ideal, but I'll still try it if they let me stream it because I'm curious. So all the possibilities I'm talking about now makes me curious about it. So when when human being raised streaming Spanish, I'm genuinely piqued by the guarantees that this polyglot makes by their products, and then like understand all of that. But it's not because the product is better than Duolingo. It's because they're doing something different than Duolingo. And when someone tells me something is most certainly better for me, I'm more interested if they are invested in me. So like if the developer of Dreaming Spanish comes up and say, I guarantee you this is going to be better, and we're going to give you full liberties and freedom to have your unsolicited opinion on this, then that sounds like a wild and wonderful way to engage me in working as hard as I can on something. And yeah, I would probably end up confirming that their product works better because I'm sentimentally invested as well and intellectually invested. That's not going to explain why Duolingo works better or worse than Dreaming Spanish, because they fundamentally don't do the same thing. In my opinion. Other people, especially other experts, may argue, and they probably have very cogent arguments, I didn't read them, that this method is comparable to this method because their output is the same, right? Like they measure it by proficiency, like how proficient you are in a certain amount of time, and that's fair enough. Like you can't argue with that. Maybe they found out that comprehensible input will inevitably make a language learner learn this language faster than that's great. I can understand how that would be very, very attractive to someone whose goal is to acquire a language as fast as possible. I'm doing more than that, so for the sake of my integrity and like a professional criticism, I would like to humbly say that the fastest way to learn a language is arguably not the most sustainable and consistent way a language learner succeeds at acquiring a language. So you might be thinking, yeah, they will probably reach a language faster, and that's one metric. But what is the retention of applying that language, sustaining that language, and making it part of your lifestyle? In my opinion, I would argue that's debatable. Especially the fast part. There's no, in my opinion, without a merit of problem solving, troubleshooting, self-evaluation, I think the nice benefits, in my opinion, the benefits of learning another language is also lost. Like, not completely lost, but it's diminished. And it's a balance point. If you think sticking to one method and one mindset is all it takes to learn a language the fastest, and it works, I have no arguments. I mean, that sounds amazing. It fits the person. If you think that type of approach is going to encourage the person to figure out how they're competent, how they solve problems, how they're going to pick and do their own thing, then I would firmly say, convince me that that's true. The one thing I love about learning another language, when I think about it from a kid's perspective, like why do secondary languages um may be parts of curriculum, is to impart these things with the language. You learn how to self-discipline, problem solve, choose to do things, and then figure out what works for you. Lots of unaided process, experimentation, and problem solving. That to me is a far more cogent argument for incorporating secondary language voluntarily, right? Because English exists. Than saying, oh well, these kids are just gonna learn the language the best way, and then it's gonna be the way they learn every language. So inherently, then in the future, they're just gonna keep learning everything the same way, and hopefully that nothing requires a different method or different interaction or different thing, because everything is so neatly bound by a hyper optimized approach. And then I would say yes, for sure. Spanish is harder than English. Japanese is uh or like English, an English learner has a harder time learning Spanish. An English learner is definitely going to have or an English learner is definitely going to have a harder time learning Japanese than Spanish, because the assumption here is the English learner is going to learn a specific way, and that's not going to be conducive to Japanese, but conducive to Spanish. And to me, that is a great illustration of what happens when you rely on a single way of thinking. I can't see, in my opinion, Japanese any harder than Spanish. I can see the fact that I know more Spanish making it easier in some ways than Japanese, because I still can think of goals, right? However, even in the moment, I'm trying to work as hard as I can that's equivalent to Japanese. I could deliberately like slack off in Spanish, and then it'd be really hard because I'm not learning a lot, right? The output is how much you learn in a time. Well, I could slack off. Then it will look like Japanese is so much easier than Spanish because I'm slacking off on Spanish because I think it's easier. At least in my opinion, right? If you don't feel this way, it's I would love to hear it, but I can definitely tell you readouts and outputs do not correlate very, very well a lot of times with things like this. Pre-selection and mindset Alright, well, what a time to DC, huh? Now I'm not even sure if this is recording anymore on the YouTube side of things. Alright. Thank you, ISB. I guess we'll wrap it up here. That kind of sucks. Now there are two separate files. And of course, YouTube has no way of reestablishing. Maybe I could do it this way. There we go. Alright, well, that was incredibly inconvenient. I was gonna wrap it up today, but the ISP decided to cut out for like just long enough to interrupt and inconvenience me on my final statements. So that's a pretty good cue for me to head out today. And I'm probably gonna do this again in Wanikani. I don't know how that's gonna be different. But yeah. Probably these are one of the biggest statements that happen. The comparative things that happen a lot. Like, what is something better than something? Like, are children better than adults at learning language? Is Spanish easier than Japanese for English speakers? Is this product better than this product? I think it takes a lot of grain of salt, but I'm definitely open to, after saying all of that, obviously I wouldn't be saying most of these things if I am not open to trying it. So if it is possible and I have, I don't know, some open opportunity to experiment things, which can happen in the future, I'd be willing to give it a try. The downside is I can't be incredibly, not only I'm in a position where I can't be picky, but in the future I might have to be picky if that opportunity presents itself. But at the moment, I can't be picky. Or I don't technically have the luxury of being picky, largely because the projects that I do, I'll make them work, largely. To prevent any like conflicts of interest, right? I brought up a specific product, a competing product, in a very general sense, often because that was the only Spanish product or self-learning product that was brought up in my 30 days plus of Spanish. So I will generally refer to the one that I'm familiar with at arm's length, right? Much like in Japanese, for Japanese, I mentioned Wanikani and Anki a lot because I read from them from a distance, and those are products you could use and share. So it's a setup for that. In Hanzahiro for Chinese, right? I can't mention too much about, for example, Chinese. Later, I'll mention it in Hanzahiro 7 days from now. Things like Du Chinese, right? Du Chinese and, I don't know, Chairman Bao and many other ones. In Japanese type things like Satori Reader, can't do that. And then for Duolingo stuff, like things that are actually comparable, in my opinion, are far more apples to apples than things like Babel, Pimsleur. I don't know what that thing is still called, like Rocket Language. And then there's one that someone I watch is sponsored by, and they have open applications for those. maybe I'll consider them in the future, right? So that kind of sucks that this ending part is separated because of that 4-minute interruption in my ISP. But yes, so it's kind of a nice thing. This is what I typically do. I think I like where is it? I like this panel. We tried. We really tried to put in as many of the terms as possible. It looks nice. We'll use this as the thing, right? I mean, this slide is pretty good too. I liked how this one turned out as well. Maybe I'll place this one for the broken videos, right? This one's probably gonna go up for the first one, and then we have an interruption. Now this one looks nice too. Anyways, so I'm gonna wrap up today. It's a shame that I don't feel like I'm not gonna stitch these two together, so apologize in advance if you're gonna watch like a bit of the end, but they're just gonna end up being the conclusion. So what do I want to conclude today? Spanish is great right now. We'll see. We'll see. It's very early days, and yet I have a lot of things to talk about already, right? There was many times dealing with a native speaker fallacy that happens quite often, where a native speaker is far more focused on sharing all their errors with me or all their fear with me, as opposed to telling me things that would interest me about Spanish. That's not everyone. The ones that stayed and the one that I talked to the most who speak Spanish, right? They shared things about Spanish. I think one of the things that really put me off quite often is how condescending or unintentionally condescending or underestimating as well some native speakers can be, not in the sense of it was intentional, nor is it not coming from a like it's coming from a kind place. However, it's so detached and distant. It tells me that they don't spend time, in my opinion, respectfully, teaching people most things. So what is something that I would say is very associated as a final like hot take or concluding remark about teaching and instructing and demonstrating things? When you spend more of your time trying to scare your student or scare anyone you're trying to help into using that as a deterrence to encourage them to do better, I think that's a telltale sign of projected emotions rather than something that is meant to be instructive. It's like saving your own pass, so to speak. So rather than focusing on encouraging and inciting the interest of the person, you decide to use FOMO, fear, and potentially hostility to forcing or gaslighting. Personally, it's borderline negligent and gaslighting and unintentional. Like some people say, well, you have to intentionally gaslight someone. It's like it's kind of hard to not take it as intentional, right? In this case, like for example, the moment you hit a grammar point and you make an error and that person's like, oh yeah, that part is really tricky. Now hear me out here. I'm a native speaker, and if you don't start doing this, you're gonna be sorry and you're gonna be working with that problem for the rest of your Spanish journey, for example. And that is actually putting it fairly lightly, in my opinion, because it's not said like that, but it sounds like that a lot of times. When a person comes up and say, "Oh yeah, I'm a Spanish speaker. I'm a Spanish native, haha." And then they're like, "Oh yeah, that's really tricky. You should do this." Like, that's really tricky. You should do this. Oh, if you don't do this, you're going to mess up this. Oh, and don't forget that you need to do this, because if you don't, you're going to sound weird. And then if you do this, then nobody says that. So you're going to sound weird that way too. So in my opinion, the last time I stepped into a classroom, I don't think the first thing the professor says is, "Hey guys, this is gonna be the worst experience you're ever gonna have if you don't follow my every word, because if you screw up now and you screw up, you can't undo it for the rest of your life. You still want to take my class?" And I think that's a symptom or a normalization of being on the internet. Because if you don't scare someone into doing the thing you want them to do, somehow that's not an act of kindness. It's weird. That's probably the last hot take I can take away from most of my language learning journey. So most of last year and continuing to this year, it's very similar. I didn't think this part was going to change very much, where someone like hyper focus on telling you how you like shouldn't learn a language, as opposed to encouraging the person how they should be interested in a language. So yeah, I think that goes with the whole territory of a language being hard and a language being easy. And then when a language is being easy, oh, here's a big cut, an even bigger cut. When a language is really hard, it works double-edged, by the way. Let's go back to this. Oops. Are we? So let's go back to this little graph here. When the language is hard, it is perceived as a compliment for trying to do it. When a language is easy, people are going to try to convince you it's hard in order to make it look like an excellent accomplishment. It's such a weird world we live in today. And in the end of the day, I would spend hours, like I just did recently before the internet cut out, that I don't think of it as hard or easy. I don't think of it as hard or easy that way. I think of it as, how hard am I working? Because yeah, maybe I agree with you that English is really far from Japanese and English is really far from Spanish. But all I can see is, man, Spanish can be as hard as I want it to be, and Japanese can be as hard as I want to be right now, because not in neither case I'm going to ever maybe even bother thinking about mastery of either language. And even then, it's a logical fallacy to consider a mastery of a natural language that's being changed, especially in this context where Japanese is a trending language and Spanish is a rival in diversity to English in terms of its users. So, no, let's not focus on that. So, oftentimes, like, I actually think, and this is a common discussion. What's a common discussion on hot take? One hot take is, if you were to learn a language, do you exclude native speakers or include native speakers. This is my personal hot take. And should they have teaching experience? And you're going to get all sorts of combinations. You're going to have those people who anecdotally say, oh yeah, if I talk to a non-native teacher and a native teacher, I have mixed experience with those. Some people swear by native teachers, native speaking teachers, and some people swear by non-native speaking teachers. And they would argue like, well, if you're a non-native, then a non-native teacher would be able to relate to the pitfalls and the things and be able to empathize, etc., right? And ultimately, that's kind of how I feel about this whole vibing thing, this vibing comparison, affecting all of the process thinking. I would say, for me, probably both. Find out, maybe one day you'll feel like there's a deficit and you wanted a native perspective. And that person has to be someone who's capable of sharing instructive material that isn't a long list of normalized behavior of FOMO and fear. And then maybe one day you're just looking for a non-native who can share some experience with you, empathizing with you about your journey. All of the above. Because when adults decide to do things, it's multifaceted, in my opinion. And the person who decides these things tend to have agency over what they need or want if they're self-aware, if they're self-correcting. Otherwise, yeah, you can go and trust blind faith. And faith can work really well because it's also statistics. Like you can make it and you can stack it in your favor. So you can stack it as hard and as easy as you want. Do you want the ideal case? Go for native teaching experience and hope for the best. If it turns out that the native teaching experience is not for you, go for a native, non-native things. I think constantly worrying about what is the best way to interact with a life's journey skill that involves all of the above is weird. Now, I wouldn't be saying this if I knew the other person's like, no, I'm moving to Japan, or I'm moving to Spain, and this is all I'm going to hear. It's like, okay, then go for that. It limits your choices, or your appropriate choices. Meanwhile, if you're on the internet, you're gonna be doing all of the above. So no, learning natively is a fallacy if you're going to be interacting with other people who you want to understand. Only, like we're talking about exclusively, like only interacting with native content and not interacting with non-native content or multilingual content, and then not investing again in how your language interacts with that language is not in my wheelhouse of goals. Like you could be really, really great at a language and you can be an incredibly or unrelatable teacher. Because I talked about extraordinary people before the end. Extraordinary people are incredibly unrelatable. They're incredibly entertaining and awe-inspiring, but they are incredibly unrelatable. So teachers and instructors or people who aren't professionally teachers, but they have personalities and skill sets that make them great advisors and teachers are individuals who are relatable. So if you go around and someone tells you, yeah, I only speak to natives when I'm speaking Japanese, And I'm like, well, I guess we have nothing to talk about since I'm learning Japanese. And then, you know, the person was like, oh, no, but you're an exception. It's like, I don't think so. Because if you promptly say that you exclude people because of what they are, then I think that's far more candid than using a pleasantry to say you care. Like, for example, someone like comes up to you, how much of it, right? Grain of salt. But when someone says, oh yeah, nah, yeah, this video game's dub for English is terrible, right? And it's a Japanese game, for example. And I would ask them, so what do you watch anything in English, or do you play anything in English? Nah, it's Japanese all the time. It's like, so you don't know. And they would say something like, well, you know, the quality of it isn't the same as Japanese. I'm like, so you're gonna try to compare two languages, and one language you rarely hear or you have any background of exposure and you spend most of your time in that language, and now you're telling me that I can objectively, hopefully objectively and subjectively trust you that you have the basis of comparison. Did you vibe it? Is that how you do it? You vibe your comparisons in order to express something to another person. I think that's where we're going here a lot of times. Many comparisons and whatnot are vibed without understanding of the methodology. And it's not to the fault of people who are normalized to that, because when you see a product online nowadays, rarely is the methodology ever disclosed. There are some great channels that do disclose their methodology. And in fact, they started doing that because of controversy, right? And I think the tech channel section have a great example of that. They describe their methodology so that you can make an informed decision on what their comparisons are. Now, there's a problem to this as well. Those who vibe compare, even if someone discloses their methodology, it's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. Does that person want to pay attention to the methodology? I can assure you, I was one of those kids. It's not. I'm not glamorous as well. When I was younger and I was reading scientific articles, it is so hard to care about the methodology until the time I realized how important it is. Like, really felt how important it is. And that's when, surprise, surprise, when you have to conduct your own experiments from the ground up. So since you don't do that, so people don't do that, right? When was the last time you watched a video that said, I did this so you don't have to? Yeah, because you didn't. So if you continue to spend like 95% of your time to form opinions and comparisons by not doing things, then how could you possibly be reliable in doing comparative analysis, even meta-analyses? Right? I'm being a little harsh, a little bit harsh. But I don't think it's like a bad thing. It's an opportunity. One day it could be could be your best selling point. Like, someone asks you, oh, do you know if this is better than this? And I'm like, I don't. But hey, I have a great idea on how to figure out how and why, and I'll come back to you and explain it to you. Instead of saying, I don't know. Like, I don't know it. Maybe I'll just Google it and find out what other people say about it. It works. It saves time. It doesn't practice comparative analyses. sometimes I think the last haven for learning these things now, scientific method, methodology, getting it's through obligation. And the last place for obligation nowadays is formal education. Because otherwise, no, you don't have to learn any of these things. You don't have to learn methodical comparisons or how to ascertain logical conclusions, right? You can say, well, lots of people say this, and therefore it's true. With that said, I'm one person, so take everything with a grain of salt, right? I will continue to encourage converging evidence and divergent testing and null hypothesis testing, and maybe we'll come up with new things to talk about. With that said, I want to end on a special, like a more positive note, right? I think nowadays, looking for the best is awesome. However, if you want to do things, like especially volunteering things, and you love the thing, you don't have to worry about the best. You worry about how long you can do it and how much you can learn from it and then find the next best thing, right? It's a work in progress. And if you love it, truly indeed you love it, I think the stuff intuitively will feed on itself. Voluntarily. The things you choose voluntarily, obviously. Obligation is a different story. So, go out there, do some stuff. Pick... I sound like a programmer at this point. Pick something that's bad, even. Pick something you love, but you know that this thing is bad, and challenge yourself to make it better. You'd be surprised. I would say more times than not, you'd be surprised how much you learn by trying to observe something that is suboptimal and optimizing it, or aka reinventing the wheel. Sometimes people take it even further up a notch and pick something that's good and try to make it better. I mean, that's fine too. Generally speaking though, that's probably for people who are trailblazing, and most of the time people are using the product. I think finding something that is maybe not that great and constructively making it work is going to elicit a type of problem solving that I think the internet has de-incentivized over the years. And that's kind of my jam, because in the way of being able to appreciate the things that are there and not there, and how they interact when they are there and not there, is great, because the vast majority of people only see what is there, and when it's not there, it doesn't exist. So, and somehow that's a point of comparison too. When things are not there, you can compare it. Like, well, sort of. You can say that the thing is not there, and then on the one hand, that's there, and therefore it's incomparable. Right? It's very easy to get into, quote unquote, lack of a better phrase, it's far less effort, in my opinion, to pick something that doesn't exist and pretend like that gives you information against something that does exist. That's not a form of comparison, it's a form of contrast. And that contrast can feed into a bigger picture, but you have to take into account that the absence of something is different from two things doing similar things, and you're measuring those two things. So if one thing doesn't have audio and you compare something to have audio, is it really better? You can't tell. The answer is there's nothing for it or against it. one exists and one doesn't. So yes, certainly it's very easy to say, well, one has it, so it must be better. I'm like, well, that's not logical. You don't know because there's no comparison. You can say it exists and it doesn't exist, so therefore we can't compare these things. Maybe we can pick something else. You can compare the metrics. The readout are comparable, but the idea that the existence of one thing and not one thing, not quite the same, right? So go out there, stop comparing yourself to someone else, for example. like oh, I didn't grow up in a multilingual household, so obviously I'm going to have more trouble than a person who's growing up in a multilingual household. Man, do I wish I grew up in a multilingual household, because I can't learn a language as good as a multilingual person. That is the type of comparison that extrapolates to the absence and confirmation bias that I'm talking about. So if there's anything I want to leave on a positive note, is that type of comparison can suck the joy out of most things you choose to do. And it can start by viewing things not like that. Like, this person has money, I don't. That's unfair. For example. Right? So thank you very much. I'm gonna do this again tomorrow because it's Wanikani. Wanikani's 100 day, and I am not going to do a Duolingo Spanish day. So we're gonna take a leap day for Duolingo Spanish in order to free up time for Wanikani. And some of this stuff is gonna come back, but it's gonna be very different because we're gonna be focusing on SRS in the Wanikani thing. So again, apologies, my ISP decided to cut out for exactly 15 seconds in order to cause 2 videos, but hey, these are live streams, they're unedited. You're gonna have a 2-part thing. Thank you again for those who hung out or will hang out. If you're gonna sit through a 6-hour video, kudos to you. If not, run it on 2x speed, maybe something interesting will happen. Always welcome, as always. If you're gonna watch this later, muchas gracias. And you are always welcome to follow along, drop your hot takes, and be ready to discuss them, because discussion breeds emergent properties, new ideas. And I certainly am very, very grateful for all the attention or times that I have this opportunity to interact with people. So until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Hasta luego.